Good Monday, February day of Monday.
The day
it's
of
exactly
February.
2 p.m. I don't even think we advertised this one, but all our numbers and all our shows are exactly. This is the Indie RPG live play podcast for Geeky Gamer podcast, and this is our ultimate final episode of this mini campaign. Give us money because we need it.
No, we don't want your money.
Yeah, we do.
We don't use money anymore.
We're not in Star Trek yet. With our Patreon, Geeky Gamer Podcast, or give us a coffee. It's spelled KOFI. Dreadlore.
Speaking of, I need some coffee. Yep.
Mr. Interrupt, all lowercase letters. They gave us some music to play, and we do.
You can find them on Spotify, yeah?
Yeah, you can find them anywhere. If you have music or art, why don't you give it to us? We don't need money, just money. We could use some content too. Couchfire Media makes art and media production, and Theurgic Productions does all that other stuff that you see.
We're not really sure what they do.
With the Geeky Gamer Podcast Cursed Beta Test Session 5.
I hear that that Theurgic Productions is coming out with a whole course you can buy to be a better person, to get your life in order. I'm pretty sure you can download 20-minute episodes.
Rule number one: give us money.
Very charismatic person who leads it. No. There's no money involved. Anyway, so thank you guys for being here. We have had a pretty successful mini campaign. I'm not going to jinx it. This is the last session. We're playing the tabletop role-playing game Cursed. It's free. You can find it on Google Drive. If you follow, the links are going to be in the Twitch and all this stuff. You can go to dreadlore.com and find it if you want. But if you're interested, let us know. Literally everyone here makes games or does something creative. So you're going to find a whole lot of stuff coming out, and we're going to do more playtesting and all that stuff. Let us introduce ourselves. We'll start with Ken. You and your character, I should say.
My name is Ken. I play a character called Bob Baker. He is a lizard man, aka dragon warrior. Buteau is the literal name. He's got some armor on. He's got some scales. He can see in the dark. He's not afraid of vampires or just stepping in the line of fire to his own detriment.
Ever.
Ever. Yeah. Social. He's good at social cues. Good social cue.
He's pretty good.
That's Bob Baker. He could bake you a cake if you want. Probably.
Ostensibly. John?
Yep, I'm John. I play Connor, a Dinar, whose main role in the party is to stop Bob Baker from eating people or terrorizing people with the prospect of being eaten by the big dinosaur man. So, and other than that, I am poised with riflet at innards of some sort of extraterrestrial tomb in the sky, possibly, with enemies about to enter. So, might take a few legs off when they come in. There you go.
And how about Miller?
Yeah, Miller. I've been gaming for a couple of decades, and right now I'm in the process of taking all of the fun that I've had over that time and putting it down into modules for everybody else that I can release. I've been a huge fan of the indie RPG movement as of late and all the different mechanics. It's been a blast testing out these mechanics for the Cursed game. I've really enjoyed it. And my character I'm playing is Clem. He's a Maroshi, kind of a more savage, from a more savage area, at least from the perspective of the rest of the party. Big, tall, big brute, carries a giant hammer. Militaristic ideals.
Yeah, and has he's kind of like a principal, or like he's a mentor of sorts, which is
He does.
pretty interesting.
He does. He has that mentor skill, and I think that was just random off the bat. But you know, as I'm working that in, and it definitely works with the militaristic ideal. Anything you learn in the military, it's, you know, anything you learn, you need to be able to teach. And so
these
that's really well.
these poor savages who you have met, they don't seem to get along. Their societies don't seem to be very harmonious with themselves, with other species and races and such, and with the world, Craster. So the Myroshi, they're from the Miri Expanse, which is far away, and are considered, you know, wild and savage. But the irony is, you come here and there's a lot of things. I mean, they have toilets, but they don't know how to use them. Okay. You guys have found yourself in a place. I'm not entirely certain you all know where you are. You were in the high desert of Sut, and on a treasure quest. You had found, through various means in the past sessions, a map and some ancient lore to know where this mountain of God is located in the middle of the desert. A very Indiana Jones type feel. You'd found it. It is a large mesa, actually. Over the years, the mountain has either eroded, or it's collapsed in on itself, or some other thing has happened. But you find the mesa. You spend some time trying to figure out how to enter it. In fact, Connor figures it out. There's the equivalent of a runic circle that you step into. You do the little jive dance and whoosh, disapparate. That's right, Harry Potter reference. On your heels were Olo the Wrecker and her band of people that were going to, you know, have a firm conversation with you. So you get out of there. You appear in this sleek, metallic-ish looking room. It looks like a tomb of sorts. You've been told that this place is ancient, which in this world could mean it's tens of thousands of years old, could mean it's hundreds of thousands of years old, if it's from a bygone age. It seems like there's candles everywhere. It's dark, but these candles are very faint. Well, as the room starts to sort of awaken, you realize they're not candles at all. To our modern eyes, these are diodes or some form of technology. To your all's eyes, it's kind of up to you how your character would interpret these lights sort of blinking on the wall. In this metal room, it has a barreled ceiling. This is clearly some sort of receiving antechamber, and there's a long chute of a hallway that goes down and a cavernous type of room that it opens up into. All of that is very, very, very dark. The only one that can really see in here is your very gregarious Zunth friend, Bob Baker. But you see an infravision, so it's based on heat. When it comes to actual just pure darkness or very, very low light, if there's no heat, you can just see contours. You can still get around in the dark, but you don't see like incredibly well. And there isn't much heat in here. In fact, there is the thrum of some, perhaps it's a wind or a storm. It is in fact an AC. And you have that very cold, dry atmosphere in here. It's a good 68 degrees, maybe 60. It feels like a server room if anybody's been in a server room. Anyone been in a server room?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. A refrigerator. Maybe you can see your breath in front of you. Each person appears. The ground, Connor, you're the first one there. The ground is tiled, and you see these large runes in a circle that go around, intricate, of course. They almost look like what do you call that stuff? Do you remember tribal tattooing? You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
No?
Yeah.
May have been just a bro American thing. It's sort of like think of like thorn bushes. Or like it's drawn with like a really big fingernail, like woof, 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 almost calligraphy around. And it lights up every time someone comes in with a brilliant flash of white light. Everyone comes in. Lastly, Cursed Wood will come in, but we're going to roll back just a second before Cursed Wood comes in to give you guys kind of a moment to think. I know that Connor has cocked the riflet, with the Magicka bullet, the caster shell, and you're aiming it in case Cursed Wood comes through, which of course he will.
Yep.
In here, you've got all you guys. You've also got your NPCs. You got Ichabod, who is a Ardavak, child of the forest, big poofy hair, waifish type romantic guy. He's got his leer today on the side. You have Oliver, the guide, who is a crossed. He's called Cur crossed. So he's crossed between Denna, so a normal person, person of the world, and a Zunth. So Oliver and Bob and Oliver, they have a little bit of a connection. And then you have the three bandit girls who you have befriended and have taken on almost like apprentices. You got Imrodal, who is a pickpocket. She's got a little bit of an injured foot. She's the eldest of these. You got Sybil, who is a sibling, just like Connor. She's got the tall, imperious ears, white hair that comes down, rather long. And you have Anna, who's short of stature, very dark-haired. Think of Buttercup in Powerpuff Girls. Yeah. Okay. So we'll put it on you all. As the last of you appear, the room is very dark, AC all the way. There we go. Buttercup for the win. She is the best.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I had to change my notes.
Oh, did you? So, actions on you all. We're in the world.
As soon as the last person moves out the way, rifle or riflet is at the ready. Roughly for, guessing, trying to recall the height of Cursed Wood so that when he appears, the side of his head. And I'm waiting.
Yep. The rest of you see this.
I mentioned Connor. We need Cursewood. I know you want to kill him, but I think we need him. Unfortunately, I made an oath to make him suffer, and so killing him is not in our best interest.
It's the rest of his party that we don't need. If we can, well, I've got a theory. If someone's standing there, I don't think the next person can portal up. So if we keep Cursewood where he is, the rest, Rollo or the wrecker might not be able to follow. Otherwise, there's going to be Cursewood splattered everywhere when the next person zips up.
Or maybe we can shut it off.
Shut it off somehow. Yeah, it's a good idea, Miller. Or not Miller.
Get on that.
Yeah. So I'm gonna be easing towards the entrance, the gate, and say, let me. If somebody comes through, I'll just grab him and hold him. So don't shoot me.
So you, Bob, you've moved towards the circle.
Maybe not in the circle, but just
but you're like right outside of it.
Yeah.
Yep. And Clem, what did you say something?
Yeah, I think I'm going to take Ichabod. Ichabod, let's go see if we can find a way to shut this thing off.
Sure enough, as he takes his leer, slings it around his back. I need to actually see how big a leer is. I think a leer and a lute are very similar. Am I wrong about that? No, a leer looks, it's like this harp looking thing. Yeah. So it's not at all a guitar, but he has one. He's like, yeah. He kind of looks at it, does a double take, slings it around his back, and starts off with you. Where are you going? You got this room. It kind of has a vaguely bent shape. Think of like a banana is kind of what it has. Right. And then shooting off from it is this tunnel, rather tall. Like we'll say, what is it? 20 feet? How many meters is that? No, free. No, something like that.
All right, 7.
No, 7. 7. Yeah, like 7 meters. Like. So we're
okay.
As Ichabod's.
I think I'll look around for anything. If there's anything that looks like a desk.
As you're sort of searching around in the darkness, you can just barely see the contours of the room, and that's just because of the diodes that are. You're pretty sure are these candles are getting a little bit brighter, very, very, very slowly, or maybe your eyes are just adjusting from being in the desert. As you look, it looks like there's no furniture in this antechamber whatsoever. But in the corners, here and there, you're seeing maybe the shadow against the shadow. Perhaps there's something on the floor around, like in the corners. And then as your eyes sort of adjust, looking down the hallway, here and there, things on the floor, but they're not very tall, maybe 2 feet, something like that.
Okay. What about the little candles? Is there like places where there's a cluster of them?
Yeah. They seem to be in clusters. Maybe there's a lone one here and there. I think that it would most seem like a catacombs, or perhaps an altar type situation, just at first glance. But you can go investigate them if you want.
Yeah, whichever one's the closest one to this.
You go to the wall. Maybe go to the wall. Just for my own mind, do you want to do it behind the circle, which is the opposite direction of the hallway, or do you want to go towards the hallway?
I think towards the hallway.
Okay. As you move out a little bit deeper into this place, not going in the hallway, but just to the side, and you see the wall and these candles. You realize quickly they're not candles at all. It's somehow the wall itself is lighting up in these little squares and circles, and think old school Star Trek. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And you can just barely hear this sort of humming as they're lighting up and dimming. Maybe if you touch them, it's very cold. There's no heat whatsoever coming from these lights.
Ichabod, you make anything out of this?
As Ichabod goes straight up to it, looking around, and he's sort of just touching stuff. Let's see what your cursed level is at present. Looks like you have 3 6 marks, which means anyone. I believe
Murphy's
that's at
Law.
curse level 3. Yeah.
Isn't it?
So if something bad or something just could happen, it doesn't have to be bad. It might. As Ichabod is kind of touching stuff, and you will see, Clem, some of the lights are buttons. They can be pushed. Chung, 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 chung. As they do, it makes the chunk sound, a mildly musical quality, and they light a different color. Boom, 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 boom. As Ichabod kind of squeeze. Ooh, look at this. And he starts making, rudimentary phone music out of the wall buttons.
Life forms. Doot. Those little baby life forms.
You get an XP for that. That's good. So good. Back at the summoning circle, as Connor, you're sitting there ready. Maybe some sweat from holding this gun up. Bob, you're at the ready. Your little nub of a tail is up.
I look over and I'm like, I don't think they're coming. I think we might have escaped.
Swoom! As Cursewood will appear. He turns, feels the gun barrel on his head, and immediately arcs his back. He puts his hands up, maybe even accidentally bumping the rifle a little bit.
I'll nudge it forward just to make sure. He knows I'm
Who's
serious.
there? As he just sees Ichabod playing.
Yeah.
And Clem over there.
They're old friends from before. Remember us? I thought we were in this together.
We are in this together. We are.
Do you know how to fix this stuff?
Bob?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm gonna grab him.
Sorry, you're talking at the same time. I can't hear you. As you're like, It's very easy to hold him. He's small.
Yeah. You're coming with us, buddy. Do you know where we need to go?
He's sort of just shaking in your grasp. Connor, what did you say?
Search. See what he's got. And have you told your companions how to get up here?
No. They don't know. They don't know. In fact, to be honest, he kind of turns, but then stops. I wasn't really sure either, but I found. He just stops.
Found what?
When I was following you, he just kind of trails off. Why'd you knock me out?
Why did you knock him out?
I mean, you're the one who betrayed me. I didn't do anything.
You finish what you were saying when you were following us.
I found something that could help. And I mean, it did.
And that is?
Well, I have to show it to you. It's in my tunic. As you see, he actually will have a new tunic going on. It's not the same like alchemical, cool swanky tunic as before. It's like a normal.
Can we all
sort of get
in this dim light? Can me and Bob see each other?
Yeah. It's just low light. Imagine like my room without the light.
Yeah.
Just very low light.
I'll just gesture with my head to Bob to take whatever he's got.
What's he got? I don't know what he's got. You can search him if you want. It's not really my thing.
I could just show you. I mean, what am I don't have any weapons. Granted, his back is to you.
I'll hold him though if you want. I'll keep holding him. You search him.
No, it's all right. I've got the rifle. All you need to do is reach into his jacket and take out what he was gesturing for.
Okay. Well, I grab him by the neck, and I just hold him by the neck. And then I lift him up and I turn him, and I look through his pockets. You want to point out where I need to go with this?
Yes, you kind of just you reptile dragon handle him. He's like, ugh. And his arms are kind of waving around as you go in through his pockets.
Yeah, point out the right
be
spot.
Careful.
Okay. I set his feet back on the ground.
This is a bit of a roll since you're not bidding. We'll say, it's kind of based on your gut feeling.
Yeah. Well, I asked him to point.
Roll.
I said, could you point out where I need to put my...
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely tells you where to put your hand.
All right, that's where I'm going to put it. I trust you, man.
You're like... It's good. It's just like right there. As Car, you're like level the gun at him. It's right there. And Bob, you go in.
Do I need to
build
animus?
the tension as much as possible? Yeah, do animus, please.
All right, that's not great.
That is a 4.
So
4
that's
successes.
One. I got 1.
I was gonna say it's extremely good if you have 4 successes. Yeah, 1 success is great. As you've got these big meat cleavers with claws and shit. This is a gambison, right? And you're reaching on the inside. And Bob, you know that Cursewood has
Traps.
or at least he had literally trapped his clothes.
Yeah.
So there's a moment where you kind of take pause, and Cursewood's like, you see him sweating, like profusely. You kind of get a feeling that, the gun, the dragon, you might be reaching into a trap.
Oh, well, I stopped. Why don't you hand it to me, buddy? And I squeeze a little tighter on his neck. I squeeze a little tighter on his neck.
Okay. As he goes to a different pocket and pulls out a collapsible telescope-looking thing, like a looking glass. Of course, to make it cool, there's all kinds of gems and such on it, and gradiated whatnot, and cool little steampunk-looking shit, dials and whatnot. As he holds it out to you.
I don't know what this is.
Of course you don't.
How do we fix this place?
His face is turning blue.
I set him down, and then I just grab his arms again.
You do. Clem, you're over there with Ichabod. What are you doing?
I'm going to start hitting buttons, too. Try to just kind of fill in the music best I can.
All right. Well, you can bid a trait to gain some control of the fiction, or you can roll an animus to say, luck of the draw.
Yeah, I'll just roll animus. Just kind of let Clem take, or let Ichabod take the lead.
Yep, as Ichabod's like, ding, 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 ding.
One success.
One success is all you need. As you're doing you got the beat, the do 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 do. As Ichabod's like, no, do the 5th. Dun, 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 and you guys make a little music on the wall with this thing. The lights turn on in the room, very brightly, stunning everyone. Okay. Ichabod is being held. I'm sorry. Cursewood is being held, so he's not moving anywhere. For a moment, all vision is just as you all turn away. If you want to resist this, you can either bid a trait that has to do with, staring at the sun and keeping your eyes open, or you can do Corpus. You'll need 2 successes on Corpus.
Check if that's even possible.
Otherwise, you are dazed for a little bit.
I'll make a Corpus check.
Yeah,
Good.
Corpus here as well. Nope. I am dazed.
Because
2 successes.
your eyes burn. You need 2. How many?
2. Sorry, got 2.
2. Nice. What'd you get, Bob? You got 6 successes.
7.
You get 7. As Bob, your reptile eyes just don't even. You actually don't have tear ducts. You just like a Klingon, just still staring.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine.
I rolled
fine.
really amazing.
Yeah, should have saved that one. The girls are like, fucking hell, as they all go down and are all dazed. Oliver is. Let's see what Oliver is. Actually, Oliver toughs it out. Maybe not. He tears up. He has dead up blood in him, but he's not dazed. So you two will see what all of them don't. Cursewood, of course, is dazed too. He's crying. You see a flash of light from the hallway. This is a different flash. It's clearly not the same kind of runic circle. Instead, it's coming from multiple angles in the hallway. It's greens and reds and blues. Whoop, 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 whoop. And you see in that flash of now white light, this is to Bob, by the way, and Oliver, who can see it, a Sibylline man walk out of it. So same kind of race as Connor and Sybil. Tall, imperious ears. Think of like gray elf. Slender. This person's maybe 6 feet tall. Thin. They definitely don't work out. They have nearly black skin and white hair. And in their eyes, or in his eyes, I should say, this sort of like RGB flashing. Like you can't quite tell what color this person's eyes are. As he moves forward, you all hear this gentle voice. He is very close to you, Clem and Ichabod. Welcome, 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 my friends, my guests. As he stops in the hallway just before the antechamber. As your guys' eyes slowly come back, actions on you.
I'm just giving my. Oh, go on.
There's a pretty man here. I think he's Sibylline. That's what I say.
Returning the aim of the rifle back to Cursewood.
Cursewood. As he's still holding the telescope, unless Bob has taken it.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it off his hands and just hold on to it.
Oh, could you let me go? As he's looking at this man, his eyes sort of widen, and he gasps.
Who is this?
He's Cursewood. I don't know. Connor, you reading Cursewood very well can tell it's maybe the most honest thing he's ever said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Actions on you all.
So I think Clem, when he says that, Clem will look over to our new friend, kind of rubbing his eyes a little. Oh, Name's Clem. It's glad to see some hospitality here finally.
He bows way low. Like, I'm talking like genuflex, okay? Arms way out. This is obsequious, all right? So like just a massive display of deference to you as you speak to him, Clem. And he holds the position. You can see there's something about him that's strange. Ichabod has stopped playing. Every so often he'll boop, push a button.
You mind telling us exactly where we are?
He turns his head up, his hair falling down and just, floating there. Oh, you don't know? See, what's up? Of course you don't know. I suppose much has changed. I can explain everything to you. Please, as he gestures to enter the hallway. Mind the mess. It's been a very long time since I've had guests.
Sure, but do you mind closing that door? There's some not as friendly guests on their way chasing us.
He turns, you notice again that weirdness, and out of game, so you know, a trait or if you want to roll to gain something, you can always do that. Basically a sense motive, that type of stuff. As there's sort of a weirdness across his face, there's someone secured there. If I turn it off, they might die.
We all might die if you don't turn it off.
You see him still looking at the circle. And
what if we let that one person through and then shut the door?
This guy turns to you all, or to you.
I think we let him through. I mean, I got another hand, and I got at least one hand free.
Cursewood, who was behind you? Who is this coming up?
Cursewood's like, Cursewood says, it's probably Olo.
Is he armed, and with what?
I mean, she's always armed. She's got some Theurgic stuff, some alchemy. You're digging your claws into my neck.
I'm not killing you, man. Relax. If you relax a little bit, it won't hurt so much.
Action's on you guys. What are you doing?
I'm just gonna say, what is one more among us? Maybe there's a task this guy has for us. Why not let another in? I think we all want the same goals. Our world is dying, and we need to fix it.
Talking to Clem, this person, this sibling, he's still looking at the circle. I dislike and have a great distaste for killing. And Clem, you obviously hear him, you all do, but you're standing there like looking at his face. His face is very placid, a little forlorn. At Bob's words, he says, "The world is dying already." And he kind of looks down.
All right, then. Let the last one through and then close the door.
Do we need to clear the circle?
He nods.
Right, I'll step back. and let Bob carry Cursewood out of the circle.
Connor, you will get an XP for figuring that aspect of the circle out.
Yeah.
As this person nods, something happens, and you see the circle flash. Immediately thereafter, they nod again, and the circle, all the light, the ambient light that was on it, dims to complete darkness. And it is off. Who has appeared but Olo, the Wrecker? You guys pull back. This whole thing. No, I'm kidding. That doesn't happen.
We'll tell Ichabod to stop playing on the wall.
Yeah, he's like, shh. Come on, man. Let me find Ola really fast. Wasn't sure if you'd all meet her. Well, gonna murder my BBEG off screen, Clem.
I want to win.
I'm gonna let it happen. It's good. Well, I was thinking it's Murphy's Law, so you know. Whoops. You see, a warlord. She looks like she's in brigandine armor, okay, but she's got some Whitney Houston vibes. All right, like she's got the hair just pulled back. There's braids that come down all the way past the ass. Huge hair going down. Think like Khal Drogo mixed with Thunderdome. She has bronze skin from being in the sun and outside. The smell of perfumes and sweat and heat emanating an intoxicating look. Well muscled, tall. She is Denna. So she is a sibling. No, it's not sibling. She's a Silta. So she's got the ruddy reddish hair. In her eyes, the lust for everything in life, for more, for knowledge, for fun, etc. Yeah, and she has several knives. She's carrying this. It looks kind of like a crossbow, but it's clearly Theurgic in nature. You don't see any string or anything like this. Some sort of launching device. As she, dazed, looking around for that moment, Olo is out of sorts. What the hell? She stumbles forward.
Riflet muzzle, back of her head. Drop the crossbow. Hey, I never lowered it.
Indeed. Do you bid and or roll Animus for convincing?
There we go. Would Odysseus as an ability give me any benefit?
How would you use it?
Roll. From what I recall, Odysseus is getting things done in underhand ways. So I'm threatening to shoot her in the back of the head, and she's just arrived. That sort of.
I think that makes sense. Based on
the
who
trait
she
I will,
is.
and the trait I will bid is ruthless.
I love it.
I will use men's because she can't see me. This is to do with I have the strategic advantage over her.
Okay.
So it's just my will against my strategy versus her will, so to speak.
Okay. All right. You don't need to roll this because you dropped the trait. Because it's just a threshold of 1. But
right, okay.
as using Odysseus as the ability, and since you have ruthless in this whole thing, there's a moment where you see her muscles tense, and you can tell she's very clever, at least, and cunning. She realizes she's been had. She knows she can't get out of it. as she slowly turns, dropping just to the floor.
Yeah.
She drops it to the floor. Tang, tang, tang. But she turns, despite the gun, and looks straight down the barrel at you.
I'll smile back at her.
You see a smile, and because you dropped Odysseus, you know all this. You know you're now in trouble, Connor. Because she looks at you like someone she wants to eat sexually. As she's like, okay, I see you, little man. Olo the Wrecker takes a liking to you, and it's very obvious to everyone in the room. Please, come all this way. No violence is needed.
What was your name, mister?
The person at the hallway quickly turns head, just very incredibly fast, straight to you, Bob. So fast, maybe you don't even see the movement. Just thank you for asking. You may call me Fanto. I am known as Electra Fantomo, but Fanto will do. I am a caretaker here. Olo is still staring at you. It's like she hasn't blinked. Maybe there's like a little tear as she's refusing to lose this staring contest.
And the rest.
I think we got a job to do.
Tank.
Fantomo, why are there so many earthquakes? Is that you?
I can answer everything once we're inside.
Let's go.
Do you need us all in there, or some of us? Should we split up?
As you wish, my Zuno friend.
I'm gonna take Cursed in. All right, we stay the course. We're coming, Phantom, Mime, sir.
Connor, what were you saying?
I was just saying, am I convinced that she's dropped has she dropped her arsenal of weapons? Am I convinced of that? Because
you don't need to roll to know that she has other weapons.
Yeah.
So what do you say or do to get those weapons off of her?
I'm going to remove my hand from the trigger. That thing, Fanto, has said before he doesn't condone violence, so I am going to put my weapon down as well. I've got a feeling that if anyone here draws a weapon with the intent to kill or harm, it'll be their last act. So now I'm just going to place my rifle off to one side, and I'll just say to Olo, I don't think either of us have if we're trying to be treacherous.
Olo's wild eyes regard you up and down, undressing you. As she takes out, what is the last weapon she should have? Let's have a quick vote. I have one in my mind. So Kip, what's a good weapon for her to have? Bob, what's a good weapon for her to have? Miller, and then Connor. We'll figure out which one it is.
And I'm gonna go with a
knife.
So it's stiletto. We got a knife, like a big knife. Bob.
Some brass knuckles, but they're painted pink, and they have just a little pointy edge at the very end.
A little smiley face or something.
A little smiley face.
And Connor, what do you think?
A little derringer, some sort of small.
Oh my God. She has a gun. I was thinking she had nunchucks, but yeah. So she'll take all of those out. Tink, 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 because they're just too good. Tink. Take off my jewelry too. Clink. I'm gonna have fun with you. She's gonna talk like that the whole time too. I'm gonna have fun with you,
God.
little man. You remember, John, we do have an X card. Just go like this. No! No!
No, I'm just going with it. I'm just going with it.
All right. So you guys leave your weapons in the antechamber. What about the rest of you? Do you keep your weapons on you?
Does for sure.
Did he ask us to drop our weapons?
No.
Oh, well then, no, absolutely not.
Okay.
But
Connor, are you gonna have your rifflet with you, or you setting up it against the wall?
Yeah, I'm putting it up.
Okay.
Yeah. If I'm disarmed, she's disarmed, and we've got a Buto who could probably rip her in half anyway. So I'm not disarmed really.
You do have a Buto,
No,
and
that's my
Roshi. All right. As Fanto offers the way in and walks out ahead of you down the hallway, does everyone go?
Yep.
Miller?
Do we tell? Well,
as I take Cursewood with me, I'm going to whisper, Cursewood, I want you to live. I made a promise to keep you alive. And I'm saying this with my little forked tongue, just like hitting the inside of his ear. And I tried it. I will do everything to fulfill that promise.
As he's like, because it's Murphy's Law, you might like it. All right, as you guys go through the hallway, we're going to take a short break. Go on.
Sorry, I was going to say, can we bid the girls to stay behind and kind of watch the doorway?
Absolutely. Also, you get an XP for remembering that you could bid NPCs. Well done.
Thank you.
Indeed, you can do that.
quick break. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break.
Great.
Oh, hello. We're back.
Oh, hi.
We're on the internet. It's all happening. We're playing some independent video games. TTRPG game called Cursed.
Yep. Anything else?
No, I'm trying to keep it short. Keeping.
Oh, nice. Very good. Very good. Well, that is exactly what we're doing. As we come back into it, you all are following this Phanto, is what this person has called themselves. This Sibylline, Electra Phantomo, Phanto for short, who is a self-professed host of wherever you are right now. As you move through this, it's not a narrow hallway, but it's narrower than the antechamber was. We'll say it's you can have 4 or 5 of you abreast, even though some of you are much larger. The ceiling is again quite tall, 20 feet, so 7 meters. This is a gargantuan place. If you think about why would you ever have 20-foot tall ceilings? Granted, they're barreled, but what are they going through? What are they putting through? A wagon could easily move through here with a train of people going the opposite way on the side. As you're slowly moving through, normal pace, it's like 40, 50 feet. And now that the lights are on, although they are dimmer in the hallways, sort of thrumming, and even those lights that are dim, they're starting to, it's like the whole place is starting to wake as you're moving through. You see what's on the floor. Now, general marching order. Who's near Phanto, who's away from him?
I think Clem is going to be like right next to him.
And the girls, Clem bid your NPCs, the girls, to stay back. Clem, did you want to say anything to them, or they just hanging out? You give them any orders or what?
You girls stay here. Make sure nobody comes in there. If they do, don't confront them. Just come down the hall and find us.
They kind of nod. You know them well enough to know that they want to argue, but they trust you now, so they're not arguing. These are also the younger girls, so they kind of nod and look around, and you hear, as you're walking through the hallway, buttons being pushed. Clem, you're up front where Phanto is, as Phanto will, over his shoulder, quietly to you, although someone else could hear if you want. He says, "Have no worry with the young ones. I've disabled functions in that room that could cause a problem."
Let them have their fun then.
What about general other marching order? That was a sentence in some language.
Is Cursewood fighting a little bit? Is he struggling a little bit, or is he just kind of walking with me?
No, he's not struggling at all. He's got like bruise marks and claw marks all over his neck. He's you can also tell Bob that Cursewood, he was sweating and very nervous before. He is elated right now. He's looking at Phanto like he wants to start kissing his feet.
Oh, nice.
His eyes are wide. He is in 7th heaven right now.
Nice. You like this guy.
He'll turn and look to you and quietly to you. Do you not know?
No.
What that is? As he's just like biting his nails.
What is it?
Well, I don't know, but it's something. It's something from the ages, from the age of alchemy. He's oozing.
Very,
It's who knows what it could be. He looks around. I mean, it might be alive. It might be the soul of an alchemist. It might be a proxy of the gods. As he's looking around, as you're looking at him, Bob, it looks like a sibling.
Looks like a sublime, but I don't know. You all look the same to me.
Actions on you all. As you're moving, anything you want to do, and then I'll describe what you're seeing on the floor.
I'm gonna give us. We're gonna try to. I'm gonna keep Cursewood kind of separated from Olo, like put myself.
It's easy to do.
Yeah.
You note, Bob, as you're kind of there doing that. Olo doesn't seem to be looking at Cursewood at all. As to why, again, it's a trait or a role, but Olo seems pretty fixated on what she's doing.
Okay.
I'll be walking next to Olo.
Yep.
Introduce myself while we're walking, but just
She's staring
eagle
at
eye
you
on her.
as you guys are just making eyes the whole way down the hallway. Yeah, what do you say to her? So,
Just,
what's your name, little man?
Connor Carleth.
Konikoth.
I hear you're busy burning forests.
I like that. I like the way that rolls off the tongue.
So, yeah, how is the forest burning coming along?
It's coming along. We're really giving the Westies a run for their money.
What, in the forest burning competition?
She kind of smirks.
Yeah, I think you're probably better off channeling your efforts in a different direction.
Oh, really? She crosses her arms. When she does, she like pushes her tits up. She's gonna keep on going. Remember X cards. If you X cards.
Yeah.
Can I sit back?
You may sit back. Absolutely, you can sit back. Go ahead and roll your animus to regain some resources.
Yeah, we're doing rounds.
And
Sorry?
I guess I can't use my skills to help sword and board or leather.
Yeah. No, you can't use those.
Because I'm doing something. I've got a person. I'm just kind of like doing something. So I'm just gonna sit back. And that is 4.
Whoa, nice. So that's 1. So you get 2 things back.
2 things back.
Because it's animus plus 1.
Okay.
Okay, we'll go around. Clem, what action do you take of the 5?
He's going to autopilot down the hall.
Nice. Dropping that cursed back down a little bit. And Connor?
I'm going to a roleplay. Use my teaching. Try and condense the conversation. But just my services are available to her if she needs any.
What do you say?
An outside perspective. Yeah, if you need.
If you're role playing, you got to role play.
Okay. Yeah. Well, for example, what is it that you're actually wanting? What are you hoping to achieve?
She, walking with her arms crossed, just kind of looks down at you, down her nose. She's a little bit taller than you. How tall? Actually, how tall is Connor?
5'10", so.
Oh, so she's a little bit taller, like couple inches taller.
Yeah.
As she looks down. Huh.
Yeah.
You would ask that kind of question, you Sibylline Anastasi types. Think you know everything. It's because you've always had everything. Never had to try. Well, when you're out in the wilds, out in the provinces, things aren't so rosy. Sometimes we have to take what you want, because no one's going to give it to you, little man.
Yep.
What do you think I want?
The upper hand.
Of course I want the upper
Doesn't
hand.
everyone want the upper? Yeah, but you're not doing anything about it, though.
She kind of looks at you. Have you seen my squad? I've got
And?
300 men behind my back. More technology
and I
than
bet
you've probably
everyone-
seen.
And every single one of them can be bought.
Fair enough, that just makes them smart.
But not loyal to you, though.
In my experience, loyalty is something that is well paid for. There's no way that they're going to betray me. 'Cause one, I'll cut them stem to stern. Two, with me, they're free. I don't have to worry about titles and lands and things that there's no chance that they would get living in Westmark and Coblix.
I bet you. How long has it been since you teleported here? 30, 40? I bet you within an hour, they're thinking, she's not coming back. What do we do now? And I reckon at least 3 of your closest friends, your strongest allies, are trying to succeed you already in their heads.
Of course they are. Of course they are. But when I do come back,
If
with
you come
all
back.
the... She just kind of looks at you. She arcs an eyebrow. When I come back, and I bring all the riches of this tomb, the ancient or whatever you want to call it, when I bring it back with me, we'll be even stronger. See, I'm gonna retake the ancient city of Calgary. You can roll or ask what that is if you want. I'm gonna retake the ancient city of Calgary, and I'm gonna make it my kingdom. I'm gonna be the Kagan on the hill. I'm gonna have all the Theurgic and all the magic and all she kind of like tries to touch your head, whether you allow her to or not. All the smart people I can find. I'd have you with me as one of my advisors.
I like someone with ambition.
Sounds a lot better than living underneath the thumb of some king or queen and doesn't know what to do with their power.
Well, I'm sure you'll be there in 20 years.
20 years? Be there in 5.
Well, you might need some good advisors then.
She will slap you on the ass. Okay. Anyway. Welcome to Cursed, where you're sexually... Anyway. So, what are the rest of you doing? Oh, sorry. That was the round. You get the XP. We will resolve on... We'll say on Clem. You want to roll, or do you want to resolve the curse?
It is 3. Are we at Murphy's Law?
We're at Murphy's Law right now.
So we got a 50-50 shot.
Yep.
Yeah, let's say the girls, when they're messing around with the buttons, so somehow they wasn't quite all the way off or whatever, or they messed something up and they got a big shock, and so they each take some kind of I don't know if you want to take moments away from them or. Okay.
Since this is Murphy's Law, it's what's likely to go bad. It's actually not that. It's what's likely to happen happens. A grenade is a dud. Baddies already know, something along those lines. Yeah. So we're gonna go there. You all will not know what happened because you're not in the room. But the lights will dim for a second, as you'll hear a ah! And Fanto will stop for a second and say, one of your friends has had a static discharge. She will likely be okay.
What do you mean likely? Is she going to be okay? Do we need to go back to check on her?
He turns. I'm uncertain as to your particular physiology.
Okay. How far away is the antechamber? Is it worth like
20
just
feet.
sprinting down? Yeah,
20
I'm just gonna sprint down, check on them, sprint back.
You
As long
see
as they're okay.
Sybil the Sibylline, smoking. Her hair is like out completely as she's sitting there dazed. There's some blood coming out of her nose as the girls are like, we didn't do it. As she slowly opens her eyes, like just smoking. Oh, I don't feel so well.
Stop touching the buttons. Don't touch anything.
I just stuck the blade in this little hole thing over here, and
yeah, just stop it. Whatever it is you're thinking of doing, stop it.
she's like in slow-mo, like looking at her hands. All right.
I'll sprint back to the group.
As you guys continue down the hallway, one moment. Sorry to slow roll you all. I just want to get a lot of this description out of the way. Clem, you were the first to come across what is in the hallway. Those things that I was saying we're lying about.
Mm-hmm.
First glance, looks like a skeleton. Old. There's some flesh still on it. Ratty clothes, although they're not moth-eaten or anything. They just look stuck or glossy, for lack of a better word. If you investigate, it's one thing. As you see, there's 5 or 6 of them on down the rest of the hallway. It's usually like they're not individuals. They're in pairs, or there's like 3 together, 2, something like that. Fanto walks around them as if they're not even there, or paying no mind to them, I should say.
Yeah, so yeah, Clem, he'll definitely pay attention, and then he'll take a close look at them as he goes by, and kind of look at the remnants of the clothing. Do they look like more modern or older, or are some of the groups different? Like some of them are more modern, some of them are older.
Are you going to bid and or attempt to throw down? Throw down meaning dice. It's okay if you're not, if you're just sort of taking a cursory glance, but how deep do you want this to go?
I'll go ahead and roll.
Okay, so this would be men's. You could do an animus if you want to just kind of get a feel. Men's would be putting things together.
Okay. Can I use my obsession with that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, with death? Yeah.
Absolutely. That definitely works.
Okay, so that's 2 successes.
As you look down and see this first body, with 2 successes, you can tell quite a bit from it. From the skeleton, you can tell it's definitely not a Dinah, not Maroshi, as you see scales on the arms. You realize that's a Zunth's, or was a Zunth's of some sort. Looks like there was a tail. So by your knowledge, it would be an Ophidian, not a Buto. The more lizard type rather than Buto is more the dragon type. But this person was very large, like maybe 7-8 feet tall. So very large, dude. The clothes, it's some form of armor that you haven't seen before. It looks like the armor is like cloth, but you can tell it's chitinous. There's metallic rivets and all sorts of things in it. It's something from a bygone era. The skin is thin, and it looks like it's preserved as you remember, or you can feel how cold it is in here. They've probably just been refrigerated, and so they didn't putrefy. The eyes have sunken in and are still there, but yeah. The body's rolled over. 2 successes. It looks like it died by violence, and the person next to it probably killed it. They killed each other. As the rest of you were walking up, Clem is sort of looking down. Fanta will go to the end of the hall and waits for you patiently.
Clem, have you got any idea what's happened to you? I'll look down at the corpse or the remains that he's looking at.
Clem, you can tell both were Zunths of about the same type.
2 Zunths killed each other. Probably best we stick to the pacifist ideal while we're here.
Yeah.
Do you move the body at all? Because one is sort of laying on top of the other one.
What are the other bodies like? I won't touch any bodies. But did you say there was 3 or 4 others?
Yeah, there's these 2, and there's 3 other ones. Just out ahead.
Check out those ones.
As Connor, you'll move up there. Ichabod will follow, kind of like, oh, oh, not wanting to touch the bodies at all. Clem, you do anything in particular here? Are you doing anything more?
No, Clem's not going to touch the bodies. Just after a good look, he'll go with Connor.
Going off the last bit of that success, you note that they were definitely opposing teams. I mean, it's fairly obvious, but by their clothes, you can't quite see the one who's underneath, but there's something that is different about them. You'd have to move the body to see exactly what it is, but it looks like the scales are different, like more metallic looking. As you start to move away. Bob, you doing anything?
I'm gonna
Bob yawns,
pray.
big reptile yawn.
I'm gonna pray. My cousins from a bygone era. I hope they died in glory.
Oliver will be next to you, Bob, as he kneels down and begins to put his hand on one.
Perhaps
stops.
we let the dead rest. Clearly.
He stops and nods. Right. He'll look up at you. Why are 2 Ophidian warring up here? Also, where are we?
I don't know.
He kind of looks around.
This little one may know, and that guy at the end of the hallway probably knows something, I'm guessing. I guess
I have a weird feeling about him.
Some animus to see, to look at, these. I presume I recognize my own kin, to look to see if I recognize any tribal jewelry or some kind of laurel. Is that cool?
So it'd be men's or animus, depending on what kind of information you want.
That would be nothing.
You got any skill? You got any?
I got some leatherworking skill. I use my leatherworking to look at their clothing, and
that would work. That would work. 2
successes.
As you get 2 successes, you're looking. First of all, this is ancient clothing. The style. I mean, fashion in the rainy wilds doesn't progress.
Yeah, sure.
And you don't have runways that people model on, but you guys do have some fashion.
Sure.
The one Ophidian. So the Ophidians are the more warlike of the Zunth. They have an Ophidian pride, and they're essentially the the foot soldiers. Very, very good at military strategy, all these things. This looks like an elite Iphidian warrior. The person underneath, while you can't see them, also is Zunth's, also has a tail. And that's when it kind of, and you're looking at the design of their clothing, that's when something maybe clicks for you, Bob, that person, there's something really strange about what they're wearing. Again, you can't quite see it. It's metal, but it's grafted into their skin, into their scales. And there's nothing that, like, that's weird.
Does it
That's
look
strange.
like the armor that guy had that almost killed me?
No.
So this is something.
Well, I'll give you this. Since you actually messed with that armor quite a bit, and you are actually kind of wearing some of it, this is a reach, okay? But there is something similar in so much as it's Theurgic.
Mm-hmm. I look at Cursewood, and I say, Cursewood, is that armor match this armor? Does this all come from the same place, or?
Well, the thing is, as he sort of rubs his neck, tastes the blood. The thing is that a lot of the Theurgy that we have, it's repurposed. From the age of Alchemists, I mean, this is probably what some of it was used for. That armor suit. Actually, he wasn't at the armor suit. Mm-hmm. What armor suit?
Oh, I point to, like, I got a glove on that I salvaged.
Oh, the power glove.
Yeah.
Oh wow! He kind of looks at it. Most of what we know about Theurgy now, we repurpose it. Unless it's something that just runs. As he kind of looks at you, he maybe comes a little bit closer and looks way up at you. That's one of the reasons why this place is so important, Bob. Because we can actually know. We could find out how this stuff works.
Well, I think these are just trinkets. I think whatever's going on here is what's making the earthquakes on our world and hurting people. So before we steal or whatever, pillage the items here, and I bet there's an item or two in this room that you want, remember our focus is for the most people and not just these trinkets of bygone eras.
Clem, you've walked off towards the front, and Connor, you're up there investigating. Clem, you'll pass Connor you get to these three people. There's two that were obviously in Mortal Kombat, very similar. One is just a few feet from them on its back with its hands outstretched. What are you doing, Connor and Clem, as you walk by?
Investigating. I want to find out if these people killed each other with weapons or by bare hands. Is there any indication?
Yeah. As you walk up, you see that they definitely have weapons in their hands. The one that's on his back, you're not to yet, but you can see a weapon lying beside him, kind of shoved off, probably having dropped it when he died.
Have a quick look at the weapon. Is it sophisticated in any way, or is it just?
Oh yeah. It is gonna be cool. Let's find out what it is. All right. Would you like to roll a D100, please?
Sure. 98.
98. Each moment. 98. Swing, swing, swing. So many things. There is a. It looks like I can't remember the name of that sword. It's the backward sword, or it's not a rockpa. What is that called? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's what is it?
A khopesh.
A khopesh. So it's the blade comes out, has a bend, but it's almost like backwards looking. The khopesh, you see, obviously covered in runes, because why not? And there is a gem at the bottom of it, and the gem looks like it has a little tiny bit of liquid in it. The gem is blue, little tiny bit of liquid. You see some, like in the grip, how the grip would be held, you can manipulate it to turn on the blade, as it's clearly an alchemical blade and Theurgic mixed.
It's a laser sword.
Quick look around.
It's not a laser sword.
I'll have a quick look around. Is anyone looking at me? Is there anyone?
Clem is walking by, so is anyone looking at Connor?
Yeah, actually, Clem is like with Connor.
Yes,
they have a bot.
Connor, as you're like, hi, Clem.
I'll just slide that blade underneath the body. So
okay, what do you bid as a trait, or you can throw down if you wish.
Throw down as in
dice.
That you decide. Dice.
No, that's for you. So throwing down means your dice.
Well, I would happily make a men's roll.
Okay, so throw down men's.
So if I use the trait sneaky, would this apply? And would that mean I don't need to make a roll?
Correct.
Or do I still need to make a roll?
So in PvP, the way it works is it's tit for tat. So if you do sneaky, you do it. And then if Clem wants to see it, he drops a trait as well. And then we go to a roll and see who wins. So it's just
I'm using
who wants to.
Sneaky.
Okay. Clem, are you trying to see what he's doing? You're just walking up.
No, yeah, just walking up. Clem doesn't really care.
Yeah, so Connor, how do you do sneaky to... How do you hide this?
Well, I'll just be focusing most of my attention on the remains of the body. Like lifting up bits of remaining garb, and then using my elbow just with my elbow, because I'll be leaning over the body with my elbow, just gently pushing the weapon underneath the corpse. Yeah. And then if I see Clem, I'll say, "Oh yeah, how are you doing?" And then as I turn my body, I'll use that turning gesture just to finish off hiding the blade.
Yep. You do.
General idea is my body is covering all vision of the weapon.
You got it.
So that when I step back, it's completely underneath the corpse, and it's
exactly what
out
happens.
Of sight.
As you do it, and as you're messing with the garb, you see that the garb of this one that's laying back. This is also an Ophidian. Clem, you can tell, has the tail and everything. The garb is some sort of chain shirt, has some regal markings on it, scratch marks to you guys, as it's clearly written in Zunts.
I think we need to get out of this place. I'll say that very quietly to Clem. I'm not sure if these people brought the violence with them, or if they encountered the violence here. But the sooner we get off here, the better.
I agree. Probably best we don't touch them.
Yeah.
We don't want to end up like them.
Yeah, I'll stand up.
You do. Both of you do note, as you're standing over top this one guy, and there's two that are dead next to you, which haven't been really investigated. They are really big. 7-8 feet tall is that's a big boy, Zunts. Bob, how tall are you?
7'2".
Yeah. So Bob's 7'2". These guys are bigger than him, and he's a Buteau. So these guys are big. like linebacker big, you know. As Bob, you're going to walk up. The way the scene would be 10, 15 feet in front of you, the end of the hallway where Phanto is waiting patiently, motionlessly. To your left, for you guys, you see the two that haven't been looked at. To the right, the one that was just looked at. Go.
I'm just going to wait for everyone to catch up and then move on.
Yeah.
Don't want to keep Phanto waiting.
Yeah, after Cursewood and I had that short conversation about not touching shit or stealing shit, we just walked.
Cursewood doesn't defy you. Oliver will be walking by, and since it's Murphy's Law, he will step over one and accidentally nudge it. As you hear a ding, 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 ding from behind you. John is just sitting there like... As Oliver stopped, whoever turns, does anyone turn and look, or you just keep going?
No.
See, he's got his hand up. You see there's like a gauntlet that he's accidentally kicked off of one of the hands of the two that haven't been investigated. The gauntlet is just sort of, rocking back and forth as he's holding his breath. Cursewood is staring at something about them, eyes wide. We'll see if you guys see it. If you want to see it, you can just bid a trait, or you can roll men's. So threshold is 1.
I'll roll men's.
Yeah, I rolled men's, got a 6, so 1 success.
So you get different things, each of you.
I got 1 success.
Okay.
Does Hawkshaw give me any advantages?
Absolutely. Oh yeah.
Right. Well, I've got 2 successes on the roll.
Yeah. You're going to get a lot from that. Okay. And then, Clint, did you roll?
Yeah, 1 success.
Okay, so we'll start with Clint, since it's not your culture and you don't have Hawkshaw. You note that the gauntlet that has fallen off, it is made of, you see the purple rivets, not rivets, the purple striations in it. As you can tell that it is an alchemical steel of some sort. Very expensive, rare. This is called Valorum, and you guys have seen it before. Usually only the Aristasi have it, the generals and such. Think of Valerian steel. Or whatever magic alchemy steel this is. Valorum is pretty equivalent to it, and in and of itself is very valuable. As you note, the guys that have more of the, I don't want to describe too much, the ones you haven't really investigated have very nice armor on. So that'll be what you see. For Bob, as you're sitting there looking, you see the hand, the claw. This person is, as opposed to the other one, which was on his back, and the person was on top of them. Those are the first 2. On this one, this guy's actually on top. Like he crumpled on top of the other one. Gauntlet's fallen off. As you see, he has a tail, but his scales look wrong. There's something, he doesn't look like an Ophidian. He's got the tail of an Ophidian. He's got the scales of, you could swear, as a Buteau. There's something off. He's also like 8.5 feet tall. You could just guess by his crumpled state. He has on this this sort of cape thing that's wrapped around his body, and the scales themselves, there's just something about them. For Connor, doing Hawkshaw and getting 2 successes, what do you want to find out about this?
I've got suspicions that these are either different versions of existing species, or these are a bit like the Phanto, where it's clearly was Dunai or Dinner, but has been changed in some way.
As you're sitting there considering, kind of dawns on you a little bit. These aren't Zunths in the way that Oliver and Bob are. They're neither Buteau nor Ophidian. You have heard tale, because you read books, Connor. You guys are in the Age of Progeny. Well, Progeny are the children of the Paragons. Paragon races. Crosses your mind, that might be a Zunth's car, which is a Paragon race. The Big Daddy race of the Zunths. And if that's the case, it puts this place in the Age of Alchemy, which is hundreds of thousands of years ago, when in a time when they understood Theurgy, they understood Magicka pretty well, and they still remember the ideas of like walking with the gods. It means the technology is extremely advanced. It's also really strange for a Zunth car, which would be venerated, to be attacked by... They didn't war with each other.
Bob, I think this is one of your ancient ancestors.
Yeah, but they're not like me. They're different.
Yeah. I think we're talking thousands of years. And
it's weird they're fighting each other. We are not a violent race, even though it probably looks like we are. I guess this...
Cursewood kind of looks up at you.
Yeah. Okay.
This is all very strange to me. I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah,
the Ophidian were warlike, but, you know, I don't know. Maybe this is why, whatever they were fighting over, maybe it's why we're having all the earthquakes and why the problems that are occurring. Maybe there's some kind of thing they did when they fought each other. It's something I'm hoping this little man will help us out with. I look at Cursewood. You're important.
Thanks.
And I start dragging him over to the guy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like this place.
All right, action's on you guys. What do you do?
Continue after Phanto.
So you get up to Phanto. Clem, I'm assuming you're going up there as well?
No, I had another thought.
What are you doing?
Clem is going to pretty much wait there and keep his eye on Olo to make sure that she doesn't touch or take anything off of any of these bodies.
It's a good move, as Olo is, following Connor, but has kind of waited in the back a little bit, as it's only you two. And she looks up at you. All right. She moves on ahead of you. You will get an XP, Clem. Of course, she was absolutely going to pillage this place.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys get up to Phanto, who's still waiting, kind of blinking. We'll put it this way. You can throw down Animus to gain a feeling. You could bid a trait. If you don't, there is an adverse effect. So this is versus an adverse effect.
I'll bid a trait called Starry-Eyed that I just got back to look at them because I've just seen all of my ancestry kind of hurt, and I'm kind of looking to this guy for answers, and I'm just like, this is way beyond anything that I was expecting.
Connor and or Clem, you don't have to bid or throw down.
No, I was either going to ask the question, what happened here? But by looks of it, I think Bob's doing that. And if that's the case, I'm just going to do nada and try and reduce the curse.
Okay. So we're going to go into a round real quick. Also, good one on the do nada. If you haven't guessed, because you're in Murphy's Law, things are a little bit more tense. Okay, so that drops the deal curse level. Let's see, I think you're still at 3 because you have 5. Yeah. Oh no, you're down to danger. Curse level 2, so that actually drops it down 1. What action are you guys going to take?
Well, that depends. I'm
going to do nada as well.
It's a good move.
Well, I'm a little confused. I was going to bid a trait for the thing we were doing before, but now that we dropped into rounds, do I have to
we'll do the trait
choose an
and
action
then we'll do
to
your
that?
No. We'll do the trait and then we'll do your action. So go on with your trait.
Okay, the trait I'm going to bid is Blade for Hire because we're walking into some shit, and I'm going to pay attention to things.
So let's resolve that really quick because you're the only one that did. Bob did too. As Blade for Hire, you walk up, Clem, you're going to see that Fanto I'm trying to tailor this to a mercenary's perspective. Fanto is greasy. I think that's the way a mercenary might think about him. He has an objective. He has an objective. He has an ulterior motive, but pulling upon your Blade for Hire, you can tell he's not against you. He just has an objective. And it might burn you, but he is not your enemy. He just may not be in line with you. That's what you're going to get from him. There's something off about him. And it's really hard to put your finger on as to what it is. Maybe it's just that he's Sibylline. He's up here. Maybe he's a wizard kind of guy. But there's something unnatural about Fanto. For Bob, bidding Starry-Eyed, Fanto is like thrumming with energy, with knowledge. You can tell he knows a lot more than he's letting on. Maybe it's for your benefit, but there's kind of the feeling that he's not an ally. All right, Clem, what's the action you take?
Yeah, I think I'm just going to autopilot.
Good. As we have some auto-piloting. Did everybody autopilot? Everybody autopilot. Yes! I was wondering if that was going to happen. I think that's the first time everyone literally was like, we dropped the curse. We just dropped that shit down. Take it down. Good. So that puts us right at the bottom of curse 2. So you're at 3 ticks. If you get one more, you're down into inconvenience. As you walk up the Fanto, and this will influence, we still need to resolve, but this will influence Connor not throwing down or bidding a trait. Connor, there's a moment as the rest of them, they're getting their knowledge and such and their feelings. Fanto will be looking directly at you. and you see something mesmerizing in his eyes. This sort of like hazel going on, this red, green, blue, almost like this spinning light just for a moment. If you didn't know better, maybe he just tried to like read you or something, or is it a sparkle in his eyes? But it kind of sets something in your mind, which you can describe however you wish. An uneasiness about him, an uncertainty. Yeah. What that means mechanically is it's harder to resist / affect things with Phantom. Let's resolve the curse. Last person to do it, I believe, was Clem. So we'll roll over to the Buteau.
Buteau. We are in danger or inconvenience?
You're in danger. Danger.
So that means that we're in a trapped room, broken machine, faulty ammo, more foes. I think I would like to say that maybe one of the machines in the wall, even though I don't really understand them, starts to like kind of explode, and not explode, but like there's a spark and like some
like an arc of energy.
An arc of energy and some smoke that starts to happen. That means that we should probably hurry up.
Yeah, I like that. As behind you, you see an electrical arc, a blue static, as it makes that sound, and sort of like in any Star Trek Next Generation, you know, when they get shot, like zzz, these electrical energies move through the walls, the lights flicker, turn off for a moment, you actually will hear silence. Phanto disappears. And you're in darkness.
Well,
that was unexpected.
Were we near a doorway or anything like that? What were we? Was Phanto stood by a door?
Nope. He was standing in front of the hallway.
I look at Cursewood. Do you know how to fix this?
I can try.
Fix it.
And so he kind of like, you can see the contours, Bob, because you can kind of see in the dark, and you see their heat signatures.
Yeah.
The rest of you, it's extremely dark in here.
Like,
did all the little lights go off?
Sorry?
Like all the did all the little LEDs gone? Okay.
Everything just went off. So it's actually pitch black. As Cursewood's like, you'll see Bobby's like fumbling around as this is danger, so it's not Murphy's Law. He does not knock into the bodies, but he finds the wall and he's like pushing buttons. You hear the girls, "What the fuck happened? We didn't press nothing. We didn't press nothing."
It's all right. Sit tight.
As there is so much silence, you didn't realize perhaps the low-level thrumming that was constant. There's no circulation of air. Dead silence. Maybe you can hear each other's breathing. As your eyes slowly start to just kind of adjust, maybe there's a tiny, tiny little bit of light. Barely see like the hands in front of your faces, unless you're Bob or Oliver. As Oliver will actually go over and put his hand on Clem and Connor. "It's me," as he like kind of like moves you guys together. Cursewood is messing around. He turns to you, or in your general direction, Bob. "I can't see shit.
Oh, yeah.
I need a light."
Well, I don't.
Olo, do you have any light?
Oh, Olo's like, of course has a lighter. It's like lighting a pipe. Of course I have a light, little man. We need some fire. All right, so do you want to bid Olo to have something that can provide more substantial light?
Yep.
Everybody cool with that?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, as she lights her pipe, of course, it just reeks of, weed. What is it? Bottom water leaf. What is it? Long bottom
leaf.
Yeah. As she'll pull out, these alchemical shaky things that provide light. She'll toss a couple to you guys, and you have these guys. What color are these things going to be?
Orange.
They're orange. Found these at a truck shop. As Kirstwood starts maneuvering, what are you all doing in this time?
I'm helping Kirstwood with his task.
Okay, so Bob and Kirstwood are over at the wall. Bob's maybe like holding the what is this thing? It's not a flare. What is that called?
Chem light.
Chem light. Yeah, the little chem light. Chem light. Ha!
Okay.
What about you other guys? You taking this opportunity? Or you just waiting?
I'll call Olo over.
Olo is right there. Ooh.
And into a wizard.
You know why this is so long, don't you? Come on.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
What do you need, Connor?
I just want to make sure I know where you are. That's all.
Oh, you're gonna know where I am.
Okay.
So, Olo kind of look around as you're at the hallway's entrance or exit, and there's this cavernous room out before you, which you can only see a little bit of. She looks that way and that way. See the far wall, 50 some odd feet away. Down to the left, the room continues into darkness. There's some sounds down there, but it's very faint. To the right, the room continues. You can just barely see the far wall. So it's a long cross section. Huh. Where do you think we are? Think we're in the mountain? She looks up.
Your guess is as good as mine.
We need to learn as much as we can about this place. Not to travel, run, tuck tail and run.
If it doesn't kill us.
I have a bad feeling about that sibylline.
If it is a sibylline. I don't think it's been a long time since that was a sibylline.
What else could it be?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, I say we take this opportunity to check things out before it gets back. Rather that happen than have someone looking over my shoulder.
Together.
What do you say, boys?
I think we move on. This idiot doesn't seem to be able to do anything.
Hey now, okay, this is, old.
Yeah, Ichabod was doing a better job.
Ichabod's like, actually, he's playing his lyre, looking at it like he doesn't know what it is.
Why don't we just move on?
Maybe Ichabod and I can work together on this.
Maybe. All right, I'm gonna take charge.
Okay.
and I'm gonna bid code switching and turn into good cop with cursed wood.
Yep.
All right, I'm sorry. I've been real mean. It's this wound.
Yeah, you really have been mean.
Got earlier.
Look at my neck. Look at my neck.
I know I've been like a real shitty lizard person, but no. It's just not been a good day.
Oliver's, patting you on the back. Ichabod will walk over. Hey, maybe I can help him out. As if you guys want, Cursewood and Ichabod will attempt to fix this thing.
Yeah, sure.
They start taking off a panel and messing with wires, and you see crystals and diodes and all kinds of shit in there. All right.
I'm going to venture a little bit further down because we've got like.
So, do you go left towards the deep room? So it's a big hallway, right?
Yeah.
Left, it goes on, and it looks like there's maybe a couple other hallways out there. To the right, you can see the end. Straight across the way, you do see a door.
Head to the door.
Okay, so you cross into this cavernous room. Ceiling here is not 20 feet. It's around 50, 60 at its apex, which is in darkness. So what is that, 10? It's not 10 meters, it's like 20 meters.
Wow.
Really tall. And it's barreled. The whole thing has kind of like a barreled look to it. As you sort of walk down a little bit, there's this rivet that runs through. You note on the ground, every big tile has some sort of rune, and then it'll be surrounded by runes. Perhaps it's a design, but it doesn't look so. As you walk over to the door, Ola will be with you. Anyone going with Connor and Ola?
Yep. Clem will go.
Okay. As you get to the other door, it mirrors the hallway you just came from, but instead of a hallway, there's a door there. It looks thick. It is definitely closed. There's some sort of control panel in the front, and it looks like what we would consider a padlock. Or not a padlock, a keypad. Just with runes.
And push it, see if it opens.
Absolutely. The buttons push. Thump, thump, thump.
No, the door itself.
Oh.
I'll try and push
You know
the
what?
door.
We're on, we got 4. Sorry, give me a second. You are in just danger. So, let's do high or low. Hey, Kip, are you there? If you are, roll a d6, but don't tell us the answer yet. Call high or low. Connor.
Low.
Can I say it now?
Yep.
It's a 1.
That's low. As
It's real low.
the door opens. Actually, it'll move this way. Slides to the right. As maybe you need a little bit of help. As you know, it's heavy.
Yeah.
And you see a very similar hallway, but it's truncated. It's only about 10, 15 feet. Thump. On that wall, there's a door, very similar. This one looks reinforced. There's hinges on both sides, which seems kind of strange. Perhaps the hinges pop off. Don't really know. There's a keypad, and there are some lights in this room. Very, very faint. Looks like low power. At that door, there is a window, and you see beyond it what you can see right now, just sort of a reflection, but it looks black. There are also bodies in this room as well.
Oh, God. Peer out the window.
So you move through. Clem, you going as well?
Yeah.
So you guys move through, negotiating. It's pretty easy to move over these bodies. We'll say there's 6 in here. Same situation. looks like the more technological, like the Valorum clad. There are fewer of them, and they were being ganged up on, or perhaps it took more people to take them down. As you get to the window and look out, both of you may roll Animus to not shit your pants.
Great.
One
Three successes.
One success. We're in the moon. But yeah.
As you look out and you see, at first, black. The blackest pitch you could ever expect. But then as you move closer, you see stars. Into the gulf of space. Like a nebula over there. And as you sort of wondering in your minds, whatever you wonder, you look up and you see far away a very bright yellow Hester. You look down and see Craster as you are in orbit. And on that note, let's take a short break.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Blizzard,
we're
it's
back.
what's for dinner.
It's
That's
cursed. It's not what's for dinner. It's what's for dinner.
Dinner. But you have to spell it right. Dinner. All right, you get an XP. Fuck you. All right, so we're gonna take about 2 minutes. What do you guys think is going on? Just thoughts as players.
As players, I think that was a hologram. That,
Do a little
Whatever.
table talk. Hit it.
what was going on, who was going to guide us to where we needed to go to maybe fix the problem. That's my thought.
I mean, yeah, with the power turning off and then him just poof.
What about the rest?
Yeah, I think you're right. But yeah, as far as like the other, like all the bodies, there's definitely two factions fighting, and it looks like maybe the aristocracy got overrun by the plebeians.
Yeah.
I'm
John?
not sure how that really fits into things, but
Yeah,
No, you're fine.
Yep, fully agree. That's a hologram. We're on the moon. Obviously,
You guys are in orbit,
yeah.
and you're not on Hester. You can see Hester.
Ah, right, okay. I thought Hester was one of the other moons, but yeah, we looked up at Hester and... Right, okay. Right.
These things go really fast.
What?
Okay.
Did you already finish it?
Dude, look, just tearing through this like.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't.
All right.
I couldn't tell you why they were fighting, but maybe they got, the 12 monkeys rage virus, or the 28 days later.
Very good. Okay, everyone will get an XP, including Kip.
Nice.
Yay. My first XP.
Yeah. Oh man, Medela, hold on a second. Sorry about that.
That's what you get for drinking beer.
I know. So we start back. You all, with those thoughts as players in mind, filter that into your characters, however your character would think about it, because while you may not be 100% right, you're on the right track. There's definitely a feel, I think all of you can get. You've had sort of an uncertainty, a danger about this place. You've gotten a feel from Fanto. But as to why Fanto is doing what he's doing is still uncertain, right? There is a clicking that starts. It's not like a time bomb. It's like a clunk, clunk, clunk in the
Where's it coming
distance. And
from?
it's from the room. So from, we'll say, how to put this. So north right now, because you're in space, north is the direction of the room that opens up into other caverns. That's going to be north. Okay? South will be the direction that you can actually see the end of. Does that make sense? So think of a big, long-ass hallway. And then there's this hallway that you guys have gotten into. You're in this cross-section. So you started out here. You come down. You see this big tube of a hallway. And then you went across it, and you got into a shorter, basically an airlock. All right? That way, towards most of the ship, that's north. South will be towards the ass of the ship. The clicking is coming from the north. It's slow. The cadence is not very, very, very high, so it's chunk. Chunk. Maybe even twice as slow as that. but you can hear it. And after some time, a smell of like either grease or ammonia, just very, 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 very faint. What are y'all doing?
Because I took the take charge action.
Oh, indeed you did. So everybody has to do an action.
Do you think I'm kind of getting the idea that maybe we're in the wrong place and that maybe I should grab Ichabod? Because like are they clearly struggling, and this like whatever they're doing is just nonsense and nothing is happening?
So your take charge was to do specifically what? Was
to get Cursewood to fix it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe
then he and Ichabod will fix it. You can see that they got all the wires out. They're arguing about diodes and all this sort of stuff. They're gonna get wherever the connection is. Whether that's a good idea or not, you don't know. But they will get it. It's just gonna take them a little time. All right, other actions.
You said before that the rear of the ship or the compound was closer than the
front.
Yeah, than the front. Head towards the rear, because if it's closer, we can resolve what's down there before moving on to the.
And what is the action you're going to take, or do you want to wait a little bit for a description? Because you're in a round right now.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll give you a description. That would sort of inform what you're doing. Yeah. Clem, are you going to follow? Or are you doing something else? Right now, you're in the airlock with Connor.
Right.
And
and you said the noise is coming from the opposite direction that Connor's going, right?
Correct.
I think Clem is just going to autopilot and just kind of listen and try to find wherever that noise is coming from.
Good move. Connor, I'll give you some description as Clem. We'll say that you go out and follow him and Olo, but you're kind of standing in the middle of the main chamber, listening. But you can see them, and all of you have little glow sticks. That's what they're called, glow sticks. As you get down to the ass of this chamber, Connor, you see bodies everywhere. Most of them are the Ophidians. Few of them are these Zunthkar. Okay? As you see that the Zunthkar could take on several Ophidians, even though these Ophidians are very large and well armed, one Zunthkar could take on at least 3 or 4 of them. And they're just all over the place. As you get to the back, you see, of course, the back of this chamber. It's diodes all over the place. There's weapons of sorts here and there. Give me 1 second, y'all. Checking my notes.
No checking time.
No checking. You better no check, lest you make it up and fuck up.
What did I miss there? I lost connection.
I'm just singing a song that I'm making up.
Okay.
All right. As you get to the back.
Notes.
Yeah, check my notes. As you get to the back, Connor, you see all the bodies and such.
Yeah.
They were definitely defending something. Out of game, it looks like a computer or perhaps a big-ass engine. In game, it is this kind of like chest or metallic cabinet. Loads of diodes all over it. There is a mighty gash down, and it's bisecting 2 main runes.
So does it look like... So 2 groups. The Zunthkar or the Power Gun race versus the Littler races. Who is there any indication of like of those two groups? Which one's closest to this big chest? Who was defending what from who?
The Zunth Kar were defending.
So they're the Paragons, or the Paragon
Yep.
races. Look around
So,
this machine. Is there
what
any indication of what it is?
What action? What action do you take?
Gonna have to take charge, and just explore, try and figure out what on earth this thing is.
Okay. So what trait do you bid? You guys are just at danger, by the way. You're in the middle of it.
Danger, danger. Stranger, danger.
It didn't take that long
Out
for me.
of traits.
Oh, you're out of traits. Okay.
Yeah.
In that
All
case,
I've got to survive, and that's not relevant. I've got Hawkshaw, but I don't know if that's applicable for sussing out.
well, if it's an
what
ability,
something
you
does.
can't. It's not a trait.
Yeah.
You have survive. Is that a trait?
Survivor. Yep.
Yeah,
But-
you could bid that. Remember your name is a trait. Remember your archetype is a trait. The only things that aren't are abilities, obsessions,
Yeah.
and
Out of
skills.
character. Out of character. I can understand how you can apply a trait because if I want to hide something, sneaky makes sense. But I can't get my head around how you can bid your name to do something because otherwise, I just say, I'll just
Think of it
apply
like this.
My name.
Yeah, think about it like this. Have you ever had a friend and and they're a particular kind of person, right? Like they're a person who's, like you're at the pub and they're the person who's always got a story, right? So then later on, let's say they're not around, someone says something like them and you're like, oh man, that's just like so-and-so. So you can bid your name because you are a person, you're a hero, you're a great name of some sort. And it's kind of like a freebie. You can be like, well, this is what I'm known for. This is what I do.
That's
and once you
so
use it
Connor.
once,
That's
Yeah,
so
so you can-
Connor.
so how many times can you bid your name? Just once?
Many times, well, yeah, it's just a trait. So it's exhausted until you do a sit back action to get it back. The idea is you can, in fact, use it in any way you want, right? But the take back is that's what your character does. So if you're like, I want to play a paladin that it does all the good things, and then you're bidding your name to do bad things, you are in fact not a good person.
Okay, so I'll bid my name as someone who likes to learn, so that they can teach in return.
Makes sense.
So, okay,
So bidding Connor. What's your last name?
Carleth.
Connor Carleth. How do you go about figuring out that this is an engine? It's an alchemical runic engine. Marries Magicka and Theurgic together. So how do you go about figuring that out?
So when we walk past, what are they called? Ichabod and Cursewood, taking panels off, and those wires connecting to the panels and whatever powered them. One, I'm going to look at, does this thing have any cables running to it?
Yep. To it and through it.
To it and through it.
There are big
Okay.
gems.
Is there any panels that are like? Is there any glass panels so I actually see inside, see if there's any moving
Yeah.
parts or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, does this look like it would process information, or does this look like something that would move and generate energy, use energy? That's what I'm kind of.
Has Connor
Right,
been on
it's
an
just
airship?
He's a rambler, so I imagine so. Yeah, he'll have
It
traveled
looks like a
all
very advanced airship engine.
over. What's an
So there's
engine?
alchemical fuel. There's gears and such that would spin something or convert energy, and there are these two runes that you've seen before on airship engines. You've seen bastardizations of them. These are like the real runes, and they're bisected. As you realize, the engine was disabled by bisecting the runes.
So by dissecting the runes, has that disabled the engine?
Yeah. It is a big boy. This engine's like 4 or 5 times larger than you've ever seen.
So ultimately the question is, where were they going to go? Because if this is a spaceship, where were they thinking of traveling to, and why? But that's an aside.
As you're kind of saying that maybe out loud, Olo is looking at you, smoking, just looking like she's hungry. Just loving men that have intelligence.
Good.
As she'll pipe up. So, looks like these big guys were fighting off the little guys. I mean, this looks like a pirate ship. Something. Nothing like I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Speaking of resolving the curse, it's on you, Connor.
Did Miller go? Or did
yeah. So Clem did a do nada, and we're gonna resolve.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, did Clem go? I'm sorry. Yeah,
his listening to find that clicking sound.
Thank you, Clem.
So,
no, it's if you want to roll, it's a 1 or 2 for a curse. 4, 5, 6, or 3, 4, 5, 6 does not have any curse. If you want to roll,
how severe does the resolution need to be?
It's danger. So trapped room, broken machine, faulty ammo. Perhaps there's more foes. Just something in general. Nothing. The power doesn't have to go off. Is what.
Well, at the moment, the power is already off.
I know. I'm just taking it down.
And we can't get off the ship until we have power.
Yeah.
But we need
and you also asked the old dude to turn off the teleportation.
Yes. Well, at the time, that was the most sensible thing to do.
It was sensible. Yeah, you don't have like a bunch of bad guys chasing you.
Yeah.
So I'll give you 5 seconds. You remember you can talk to your boys.
Maybe a airlock breach.
There's something leaking.
It's terrible.
Something leaking. Indeed. I like that because go on.
Out of the engine. Why it's been
something leaking that actually goes into what I was saying before. Clem. So we're resolved. We're in the world again. Clem, you're sitting there listening. You can hear this chunk. You know something about it. I think your character's been around the world a lot. So I'm going to give you a little bit of narrative control to decide exactly what it is. I'm going to give you a direction. It is the power trying to come back on. Okay? It's a fail-safe device to make it turn back on. It's just, rusty and old. It will eventually work. So what does Clem hear? How does he know what it is? As for direction, you will know where it is. Like, you'll know how to find it, especially if you can listen and find it that way.
All right, so Clem, he's been around airships before, and probably a few other mechanical things that use this type of thing. It's basically a breaker that's blown that has an auto reset, and the auto reset isn't pushing it, which is very common in the Theurgy that's used down on the planet. It does sound a whole lot bigger, though.
Big old thing.
Right, and so it's down in one of the control rooms, one of the maintenance rooms, or something.
And in fact, you will know where that is. It's off down the room or down the hallway to the left, down the chamber to the left. You'll also know, Clem, that when that breaker does flip, it will arc.
Okay.
In a big way that might kill someone. All right. Actions on you, boys. There is something dripping as to what it is. It's from the engine. It's sort of it's just a liquid from one of the vials that was cut in twain.
Have we got anything between me and Olo that we could? I mean, can we patch it up to stop it from leaking, or is it so far inside that we can't get to? And is that liquid doing anything? Is it just?
Are you asking Ola?
Yeah. I mean, I think about what I've got.
She's just staring at you, giving you eyes.
Yeah. Come on, focus, woman, focus. Right, we need to try and figure out if that leaking is something that we can stop.
All right.
If this is the engine.
Rolls up her sleeves, walks over there. You want me to get inside here?
Well, hopefully without getting you injured. How big is this gap?
Oh, you care about me now. It's a big rivet.
Oh, right, okay.
Rivet's the wrong word. Big gash.
Yeah.
As she could climb in, and the engine's large, she can get inside of it. There's also a door on the side of it.
Well, there's a door on the chest, like the engine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, to get into the engine room.
No, oh, right, okay. I thought this was the engine room, and inside the engine room, there's the engine, which has been cut.
Yeah. So, imagine you ever wanted to fix something, right? So they would have a way to get in. When I say room, it's probably misspeaking. There's a doorway to access the back of the engine.
Is that so? What are we in at the moment then?
Okay. I should have provided Ken the map. The back of this massive chamber is filled with all sorts of panels on the walls. So that is the engine room. The engine itself, the part that you can access, is protruding out from the wall, the back wall a ways. It has the two runes on it, which have a massive gash down, bisecting them, which you could crawl through if you move in there and access whatever you need to. If you go around the side, there's a little access point to get into the engine itself. So the engine itself is like a room in and of itself.
Right, okay.
Right? You would never go there normally.
Okay, I'll pull Olo back and just say, if this thing does start and you're in it, you'll be dead in seconds. Let's just see if we can get in the door in the side.
I suppose if you want to play it, safe.
Safe? Yes. Yeah.
Go on, little man.
Try the jaw?
Yeah. By luck of the hawkshaw, it is unlocked.
Okay. Right.
You see
have a look around.
an engine, massive, all over the place.
Is any of it work?
Sorry?
And is there any noise? Is it making any noise?
Nope.
At all?
Nothing.
So there must. I don't think my character would have it because he's not a tinkerer. So
she's playing with things, fucking with stuff. And as you're looking around, since you're looking for something, that is obviously broken, you see like an oil leak. There's this viscous substance pooled on the ground. It's pretty easy to find after a little while. Excuse me. A bottle that turns in some way, and it's got a crack in it, and it's leaking this liquid.
Is there any other vials that I can replace?
There's lots. There's lots of vials all over the place. You mean like spare parts?
Yeah.
All right, let's find out. Let's have a fate roll for the shits and giggles. So, Kip, do your D100. Who else wants to do a D100? We're going to say, okay. You going to do false fortune or fortune?
I'll do fortune.
Okay, before you roll, so Kip is false fortune, your fortune. Fortune, there's a toolkit in here and no one was alive that could actually just use it. False fortune, there's nothing in here. Okay, go ahead and roll. Kip, do you have a D100?
Yeah, I rolled.
Do it. What'd you guys get?
Yeah, I rolled it. And it's an interesting number.
I rolled better than 50.
I got all 0.
You got
Like,
0?
I got 2. It's all 0. So
I think that's
all 0. So that's 100.
I can't beat
that's
that.
100.
Yeah, I got better than 50.
As you get in here and you realize, duh, they would have fixed it if they could. You like open up. You open up it says spare parts in like every language. You're like, hell yeah. You open it up, it's all gone. "100% false fortune." In fact, the bulb literally says spare.
Yeah.
Whoops.
So
Can we wrap anything around?
Sure. What do you wrap about? What do you wrap around it?
Just a bit of cloth from my shirt or whatever, and just see if we can. That's probably not going to do anything, but I'm not a tinkerer. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just hoping that it'll.
Olo kind of like put her hand on your shoulder, honey. As she'll take the gum out of her mouth. It's just funny.
So she's chewing gum and smoking a pipe.
Of course she is. Of course she is. She's a brigand.
Bad habits.
I've had this gum for 12 years. Put that shit in there. Lost its taste a long time ago. All right, as you have patched this little bulb of something, you'll know, Connor, from your previous roles and such, the main issue here is the rune. The runes need to be fixed. So somehow they need to be painted on or merged or what have you. Let's move back to Clem. Clem, you have heard the sound of the clicking fuse box out ahead. Action is on you and Bob. Bob, these guys are about to cross their fingers and plug this thing in. What are you all doing?
Well, if they haven't done it yet, I'm going to do nada.
You're going to go into a round.
Oh, I thought we were in a round.
Nope.
Oh.
No, we already resolved the curse.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
You can go into a round.
No, I'm just doing nothing. Waiting for them to fix it.
You're just hanging out. Okay. Clem?
Clem is going to he's going to look for the room, for the maintenance room.
Okay. You head down towards the north as Connor and Olo are doing the thing. Clem, as you pass by the hallway, Bob, you'll see Clem moving that way. Bob's kind of sitting there patting his big reptile foot. These two, Ichabod and Curse, would have pulled everything out, and they're hot in doing this thing. Bob, are you going to follow Clem, or you hanging out?
I'm hanging out. I got an agenda.
Okay. Clem, as you move down, you find yourself at another T section, except this is not 2 hallways, it's 2 massive rooms. So there's a central room, which is the one that you're walking sort of into. There is sort of a vestibule to your left, a vestibule to your right, and then a weird looking wall in front of you. So the space station looks like a big T. Okay? You're at the crossbar of the T. Connor is at the bottom of the T. And then that hallway, it's this little tiny hallway that runs this way. Does that all make sense? Clem is up here in the crossbar of the T. He's right in the center of it. Vestibule, weird wall that likely leads to something else. It's a cross. Down here, Connor. And then here's this hallway. Here's the airlock. Here's where you guys came in. If you can keep that in your mind, you get 2 XP. Okay. I have a map. Clem, you're there. You hear off to your... Nope. You hear off to your left the clicking sound. You also see all manner of large Theurgic machines, similar but not the same as to what Connor and Ola were looking at. These machines are different in shapes and sizes. They have whirring bits, lights they're very, very faint. They're sort of humming a little bit here and there. And in the center, up top, it's not a stair, but it could be used as stairs. There is a throne. It's a throne of Theurgy, of metal and gems and tubing, like metallic tubing. And sitting on the throne is a massive humanoid in darkness. The humanoid looks like they're like Golden Throne Warhammer 40k style, sucked in to the throne itself, although they are not emaciated. Instead, they look like a robot. Metal scales, gems all over, this dragonish head. This thing is 9.5, 10 feet tall standing up. Its tail moving down the stairway to the end, and in its right hand is this huge staff of metal. There's a curved element to it. Again, gems and all sorts of replete Theurgy. Its eyes are open, but no one's home. On its left hand, an immense claw. So seriously, think Warhammer 40k.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you see as you hear chunk, Cursewood and Ichabod. Now, anybody take any actions at this point? No? Chunk. Cursewood and Ichabod connect. Huge arc whips by them. No one's taking any actions.
I'm just kind of steadying myself. I might get closer to Cursewood and grab him.
Okay, that is definitely an action. As the arc happens, Clem, you're sitting there as the ground actually moves. Feels like an earthquake. In reality, the ship just stops falling into orbit, right. into the planet. Which is what was kind of happening. As your inertia shifts, the engine thrums the life. That one bottle starts spinning wildly. Turns a brilliant purple. Connor, you and Olo, are you inside the engine right now?
Yeah, we're still looking for parts and stuff like that.
Yeah, as you're
door, but
looking around,
inside.
All around you. So you're in the little compartment, which is where a person could be. All around you comes to life in a jolt as Olo yelps and jumps into your arms for a second. As you see the engine then start up around you, spinning parts of death, but you're within this sort of safe zone of the compartment.
Yep, retreating quickly.
As you move out, the lights way down the way, Connor, you see Clem kind of standing there looking at something. Clem, the computers start coming on to life. Boop, 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 boop. You see like Linux scrolling across as they're going to take a minute to boot up. Arc of electricity. Okay. What's the action you're taking, Bob?
I'm gonna say to Cursewood, where is the spirit? I told you to bring back the spirit. Where is it?
Oh, you guys are getting arced.
Oh, I pulled him off, or I pulled him to me. Oh, we're getting arced. Okay.
Yeah. So you're taking an action to pull him back?
Yeah.
Because he and Ichabod are going to get melted.
Yeah. 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 Well, I'll pull him back.
Earlier. What's the action you take? One of the five.
My action is like I wanted the spirit to come back. That's the goal. So I was like,
yeah.
Where is he? Where's the guy? Where's the thing that was here?
Right. So they plug the thing in, and an arc of energy happens.
Yeah.
My question is, do you take an action?
Yeah, I'll take an action. I'll pull him off.
Okay. So you take charge.
Yeah,
so you drop the trait.
Yeah.
And we're gonna do Corpus to get Cursewood back.
I'll do if I see like the energy coming to him, the magic fire, I'm gonna bid at agile fucker, because I'm an agile fucker to pull my people away from the evil magic.
All right. So you're bidding agile fucker, and specifically you're trying to do what? Tell me, and then we're gonna roll.
To pick them up and grab them away from what I presume is the magic spirit coming back. Like they have summoned the ghost.
Okay, so you grab both of them and you're trying to pull them back.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll Corpus is very high. Give me a second, I'll tell you how high. You guys are in danger right now, right?
Danger.
Yeah, so it's actually not as high as it could be. It was gonna be it was gonna be 7. It is a threshold 4.
Okay. That would be 5.
Nice. As you pull them back, you hear Cursewood, hey! As this arc of energy occurs where his head was, it would have killed both of them. Done. That would have been it for them. As you save both of their lives, pulling back the heat, this arc sits there for a second and then disappears. Other actions.
That kind of depends. So, did that stop the clicking sound that we've been hearing? Or
Yes, it did.
Sound?
Clicking sound stops.
All right, then Clem's going to take charge.
Okay.
I'm going to bid a big frame. Pile on my obsession with death. I think that's all I can do. And he's going to basically run up those pedestal stairs to the thing that's not moving.
Uh-huh.
Pull the crown of wires off of its head with one hand, and pull it off the throne with the other.
Oh shit!
And if he can, in this turn, he's going to put the crown on and have a seat.
Yeah, why not?
Right.
Yeah, as John is not happy about this, as you, it's all about tension, John. Not number of actions. As you grab onto this helm, rip it off. It's actually rather easy to do. As you do, of course, there's diodes and Cat 12 cables that break off. And you're going to attempt to move this 9.5-foot dude made of metal and reptile. This will be Corpus to do this.
Yep. Yeah, I can't have anything else except my obsession. So that's 3 successes total.
All right. You're going to pull some muscles as this dude is heavy, but he's sitting, he's not resisting. As you pull him and just heave him, it'll take a little bit of, a few moments to, as you see it comically folds over and rolls down the stairs, its tail whap, 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 all the way down, spraying out. As you can sit down in the chair and tink, put the crown on. It's thorny, it's pointy and hurts your head. Also, your head is not quite big enough for it, but kind of rests down. So, Connor, what action? We're at Murphy's Law right now. You are also muted.
Okay. I want to step back so I can get a trait back.
Yep.
And
so roll Animus.
Animus in the morning. Yep. 2, 6. 3d6. 1, 2. I get 2.
Right.
2 back.
So remember, it's an Animus plus
while
1
I work out which
success.
ones. Yeah. I rolled 2 plus 1, so that's fine. I mean, I've already pulled Olo back out of the room, let the door slam open and shut, and just look puzzled, as in we didn't do anything and the runes weren't joined, yet this thing's happened. So obviously nothing to do with the runes. Maybe the runes do something else, but yeah, sitting back, puzzled, gathering my thoughts.
As you sit back, let's resolve the curse. So we're back to Clem.
Oh, man.
We're at curse level 3. So 50-50.
Can we help him?
Yeah. You guys go ahead. I feel like I just betrayed everybody.
I wanted to help. I wanted to say that maybe the transporter starts working again.
Well, the only thing I can think of
That would be really in your favor.
Yeah. The only thing, the first thing that comes to mind is there was a dormant AI controlling the ship that if anything does happen, it'll kick in and it knows what it's doing because it's
not an
designed
AI,
for that
it's
job.
RI.
And that's just been ripped away, and the controls of the ship has now been put onto the mind of Clem.
You guys discuss. I'm going to get a beer.
Know how to run a ship. So, yeah.
It takes a little. You got to get a hang of it, like doing the ship. You can't just know how to do it.
Oh, shit.
Or it recognized that there's some sort of virus in its system, and it may try and deal with a virus.
Yeah. I like the idea of the transporter starting to work again, but hey. I mean, sure, we're gonna have some enemies to battle, but I mean, they might die too.
That's my suggestion is resolving the curse, is that it treats Clem as a virus.
I think that's cool. Either way.
But that won't be good for Clem, though. If that's like really severe, as in Clem becomes brain dead or something like that.
Well, he'd be like a techno-Clem. Like, he would become like a robotic intelligence.
Techno-Clem. All right, continue. I'm going to give you guys, because this is a pretty important moment, I'm going to give you a full minute to discuss. And Clem, you have the final say, okay?
Yeah.
I don't think we should make him brain dead. I think that
that's just an idea of like what's just happened.
He gets nanites that
highly or somewhere in between.
Yeah, Clem doesn't really know what's going on. He just knows this massive piece of technology, and he saw obviously the owner and user of it, and saw his opportunity to gain control of it for himself. And so that's what he did to take it, to take control.
That's cool.
So so any kind of drawback like that, I'm okay with.
You get some nanites that get injected into your system that maybe you have to re-up every once in a while with some other Theurgic in the future, but it gives you special abilities. I don't know. That could work. And control of this ship and control of Theurgic, where you didn't have that before. But if you don't fuel yourself, then you go into a slump or something.
Yeah, because I always think resolving the curse means something bad's happened, not something good.
Well, it's not something bad. It's like what's inevitable.
All right, Clem, what do you do? What's the curse?
Well, I think what we came up with was the viral nanites were injected into my body.
All right, I love it. As you sit down, and for a moment the crown is just sort of uncomfortable in your head as it sinks into your skull. You are not connected to the throne, you're just sitting upon it. And some of the wiring was pulled off, so you're not stuck there. But this crown, which is connected to the ship, shunk, gets into your brain. You hear a voice, as one might if they get a crown sucked into their brain. It is the voice of... Actually, you don't know who this is. You've not met this person. Here we go. Who are you? You hear echoing.
I'm the one in control. Who are you?
There's a guttural laughter that I cannot produce. It's the kind of laughter that is from a much older person. Not mocking, but musing at someone who doesn't know quite what they're doing. The sort of, I am the master of this domain. Amanto de Sitio. Have you come here to find me?
I came here to get the technology, or get the theurgy working again.
As you see, you're kind of talking in your head. You see the thing that you rolled down the stairs start moving as it puts out a claw, puts out the claw, and starts standing up slowly, kind of cracking its back and whatnot. Lights along its spine, all down its arms, start a couple short out as this thing spark, as this thing is starting to pick up and shake. Connor, from way down the way, you'll see in the darkness a hulking thing that looks this big to you, even though you're like a football field away, start standing up. It looks like a dragon, like a tiny dragon that's bipedal.
Do I know that Klim is in that room?
Yeah, you saw him go down there.
Yeah. I'm gonna curse, then run down towards them, but then turn into the corridor where the corpse was, where I hidden that blade. Obviously, this is going to take several
So where
actions.
Bob is.
Yeah. Run, turn left, so it looks as though I'm just leaving Klim to his... Heading over to pick up the weapon. Like, kick the corpse out the way, pick up the weapon, run back, and then run towards the...
So that's the intention. Awesome. What do you...
Yeah.
We're not in rounds right now. We're in the world, right?
Yeah, I think
Are we in
so.
a round? Yeah, because you just because Clem just resolve the curse. As we're in the world, you run in. Bob, you see Connor rolling in as he boots over this corpse and grabs the fancy blade.
While I say that, then, is there's some sort of metal lizard dragon thing in the room that Clem's in. I think Clem's in trouble. And then I'll kick the corpse, and then hopefully find the dagger or the blade. Whatever,
you do find the dagger, absolutely. You pick up this dagger. You see as you grip the grip, and there's buttons on it. That blue light shines, that gem, and the runes light up. And as you turn, the dead guy grabs your leg. Now, this would be Corpus to avoid getting grabbed by the dead thing.
Well, okay.
Bob, you see the dead animate as you realize, are they dead? You see these diodes all over this body, a light, ching, spark, as its eyes bling to life in this red hue as it looks quickly over and attempts to grab Connor.
Instead of doing a corpus roll, can I use men's and just release the dagger? Because in my head, I've gripped the blade. That's activated the blade. It's activated this thing. I'm just going to fling it in the direction that I came from via the engine room.
Sure. So you don't have to roll at all. You can just drop the dagger.
Oh no, I'm not one to drop it at my feet.
You're gonna
I want to fling it, back to on the way to Clem.
Sure. As you just throw it, you don't have to roll at all.
Okay.
This thing still is going to grab you though.
Balls.
I told you shouldn't have touched that.
Fuck! As Connor, you launch this thing, you're like, clearly it's this dagger. Throwing the dagger away. As it grabs your leg, you realize, oh shit, that's not what it was going after. It has woken up because Big Daddy just woke up. Grabs your leg. It is grabbing your leg tight. It's not dealing damage though, as it starts to pick itself up, still holding you. Connor, you realize these things are not totally functional yet, but they're going to be.
With my other leg, I'm trying to full
Try to what?
Kick it in the head. Try and
very easy to do. You will hit.
Whatever.
You will absolutely hit.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll Corpus. This will any successes you get will deal extra damage.
Can I
unarmed
bid
damage?
Survivor? Can I bid Survivor?
Yep.
Because this could be life or death.
Yep. It absolutely could.
Okay, so
Rock and roll.
wow. Yep, 2 successes.
Okay, I believe unarmed
I'll
damage.
Survivor.
I want to say it's 1 damage, is what it does. Pretty sure. Oh, unarmed strikes is like a light weapon. So light weapons deal 2 damage. So it's 2 plus how many successes you got. And remember, you can pile on obsession,
4.
skill, bond, etc. if you want. 2 total?
Yeah, can I so my name is a trait, doesn't give me any successes, does it?
You've already exhausted your name. Yep.
Right, okay.
Didn't you sit
As you
back?
boot this thing.
I thought he sat back before. Did you not?
We're in the world.
Okay.
We're in the world right now.
Yeah.
As he boots,
No.
boof, dealing 2 damage to this monstrosity.
Do I need to roll? 'Cause I've got
Yeah.
2 successes, and then. So what am I rolling? Do
Oh, no. For damage, you got 2 successes. That adds to your light weapon, which is unarmed. So you deal 4 total.
Right, I will be swearing, cursing, putting all my fury into this.
As you
Get off
kick
me,
this
you-
thing in the head for 4 damage. It hurts your foot because it's a metal head. As you see, now this thing's getting up. Somehow Theurgic has been grafted into... They're basically reptile Borg. As it turns its head back to you, you see its eye sort of like popping out of its head a little bit as you dealt a shitload of damage to it, and it releases you as you move back.
Sorry,
still in the world.
Sorry, just I'll try and put its eye back in its face.
Still in the world. Actions on you guys. What are you doing?
I'm gonna bid Cursewood and Ichabod to you get the portal working. I had an idea, but I kind of feel like
No, we haven't got the portal working. The magical man turned it off.
well, where's that magical man? I said
Don't know where the magical man is.
Get the man working. I'll be here to cover you, just in case any more of these come alive again.
I think I know what to do, Cursewood says as he runs into the main chamber and down the way towards Clem.
Well, I'm gonna run after him. Ichabod, make sure
Okay.
the girls are safe.
Dad, fuck! As he runs that way and leaves his leer behind. Girls! Get the fuck out of here! They're like, ah! It's a bunch of Irish fest over there.
Yeah, yell at us when
They're
it's
river
okay to
dancing
get
in
out
the
of here.
Clem, what are you doing?
So, Clem's going to stand up and look down or over at this thing. I'll use brutal gaze, and I will point at it. I will say, I am Clem Marskin of Clan Shakura, son of Harush Marskin. You, Amanto, are either broken or you have been neglectful. You've been replaced. You can either assist me as I move forward, or be thrown out of the way.
Roll Animus.
All right. Can I have my obsession with death?
I love it. Yeah,
right.
I think that works. As you see, you don't see, but Clem, you're Clem. Connor is in the hallway. Bob and Cursewood are running this way, but they're not to you yet. Clem, what'd you get?
2 successes.
Okay, 2 successes. As you say this stately thing, Bob, you're gonna run up and be halted by the presence, the imperious presence of Clem, standing atop this Theurgic throne stairway, this dais, with this pointy hat, this crown, just sticking out as he's proclamating to this dragon of sorts. Clem, you'll get the trait Imperious. As you do this, Cursewood stops and goes down to his knees in front of the Zunth car standing. And Clem, Amanto is standing up as he looking up at you for a moment, Clem, regarding you. His eyes come to life, one silver eye and one blue eye, just as you're piercing. Silver scales, blue diodes of tech. As he slowly considers you, slowly reaches down and grabs his staff, tink, puts it next to him. Well spoken, progeny. And he kind of cocks his head, dragon galore. You can tell Clem that you have gained his respect, but have not swayed him in the least. So instead of being an insect, he respects you. It's pretty big. Actions on y'all, all you. We're in the world.
Is this thing getting up? Am I able to just, without any resistance, head over?
Oh no, it's absolutely getting up. All of them are
Okay.
starting to get up. All of them. You hear them. They're all starting to get up. It's just going to take
Right.
some time.
If I'm not being held, I'm gonna backstep and head back to where I came from, slowly kicking the dagger behind me, so it's near.
Take. You do.
Yeah. When I get to the junction, I'll turn to my left and shout out to Olo. It seems like it's all kicking off. And head towards the.
Oh, these people are getting up. The dead are rising. She's like looking around.
Yeah. And then head around the corner, out of their view, pick up the dagger,
You do?
and then head over towards Klim, Imperious Klim.
As you guys find yourself there, Clem, it sounds like the action is on you as Amanto de Sitio stands, cloak down, fully erect, staff clawed aside, head cocked. He's standing at the bottom of the stair looking up at you as the computers and such are all coming to life. Clem, since you've been in the room for a while, to your left, so where that weird wall is, you hear sounds coming to life behind it. Out in front of you, Clem, and to the rest of you to your right, you see the other vestibule, and there are these screens that massive, like, think theater screens. And they're showing images that maybe don't make a lot of sense. Like to Bob, it's just weird art, space, a planet beneath, the different moons. To Connor and Clem, it's up to you if you start to put together what that is, because you have seen
Like
outside the outer lock.
Like some sort of navigational maps and.
So, real quick, you guys have a minute to discuss as players the situation, because right now we're in the world. You can tell that all of those Zunthkar warriors, they are coming to, not all of them, but most of them are coming to life. 20, 30 of them. It is not imminent, but in the next few minutes, they will start to be functional and stand. In the next 10 minutes, they're going to be very, very, very functional, although damaged. So, think.
I think that Bob thinks that this is a necromancer and that he is bringing back all of his dead compatriots. If not a necromancer, maybe a minor god. So I think that it's very possible that if we don't worship him, we better run away.
Yeah, Clem's kind of plan is that like he basically knows he's got no idea what the hell's going on with this ship or anything else. He's just going to try to make it clear to Amato, basically, that he's been fucking up. And if Clem could do it, if our group could get up there and dethrone him, then he needs to get his shit together if he wants to try to keep the world together and keep his place as demigod or whatever the hell he thinks he is.
That's good.
Of the bodies, there's two factions. I'm guessing it's the Paragons that are rising up. The other group, are they rising up or are they just staying dead?
So just because I know we're on limited time, but I want to give description. So they're all Zunthkar. It's just that the ones that are Theurgic, I'm calling the Zunthkar. They're the really big ones. They're the ones that have the metal. They're the ones that are undead. The other ones, they're Ophidian looking, but they are Zunthkar as well.
And they're all getting
just
up,
for clarity's sake.
They're all getting up.
All getting up.
Yeah. So just the Theurgic ones are getting up.
Okay.
Yeah, thought so. So the
other
that
Zunthkar are not.
Orc. Yeah. Okay.
And there were some clues here and there, but it doesn't matter at this point as to some of their designs and such. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Blade in the belt, not holding it. I don't want to be seen as aggressive because I'll be killed. Is there anything on these panels that could give us an idea of, whilst Klim keeps this Paragon occupied, can the rest of us try and figure out a way of activating that portal again, or just...
Yeah. Just about how you do it.
Klim, keep them talking. That's all I'm going to say. And then with curse word and the Irish leprechaun.
Ichabod is back with the girls.
Ichabod. All right, okay. So me and Cursewood are going to try and figure out how to get this portal back up.
So you have two things you can do.
Cursewood just ran. I just ran after Cursewood, and he saw this creature, and he's on his knees. He's kneeling.
Yeah.
Grab him by his collar, by his shoulder, and just say, "Get your shit together. We need to get off this ship."
And as you do that, I look at Connor, like, leave it.
No. We need him to get off.
Leave it.
I'll leave it down to Cursewood. Learn more about the ship, or stay there kneeling.
I've got Cursewood.
Cursewood will be looking at both of you. He'll kind of stand up. Connor, you see off to your right, the view screens and such. There's a weird wall out in front of you, and then to the left, you saw all of this. Question is, how are you going to go about turning that thing back on, the teleportation circle?
Yeah, I need Cursewood. I don't know enough. I mean, I might have been on airships and got some ideas, but to this level...
what do you do?
Do I need to make a roll trait to try and convince?
No, you just tell him. You just tell him.
Yeah. I mean, I've, as I said, either help get us off the ship, or learn more, or just stay on your knees and do nothing.
Well, of course. As he stands up, of course. But we're in the presence of a paragon. You notice that Amanto he has not even looked at you guys. And Bob, he hasn't looked at you or Oliver at all. He's very focused on Klim. As Cursewood looks up at you, Bob, I mean, obviously we're here to do something. As he moves off towards the view screens.
I grab him real quick. You came over here to do what I told you to do, was get that thing going, so we better get it going while we have a second.
I'm trying to get it going, but I don't know how to get the thing going.
Well, you kneel down like a little worm, and I need you to be a man for once in your life.
Do you bid or throw down or?
Yeah, I'll bid. I'll bid role playing.
Oh, you're going to take the action role play?
Yeah.
Okay. As you role play, you say that get an XP. Action, Clem, what action do you take? And action,
role
Connor,
play.
what action do you take? Okay.
Role play as well.
So get an XP? Oh, you sons of bitches. As your role play. All right. Do your role playing.
Cursewood, you're going to regret paying homage to any god or false god. You'll become
If
a
there's
servant.
ever been a god, it's been these. Don't you know your paragons?
Yes, I know that what is here is unnatural. And I know that you have something to do with all of this.
I don't have anything to do with this. This is before my time.
I know, but
You
you're
turn to Connor.
special.
Yeah, I'm not the devil.
No, you're not the devil. You're the savior.
All right, you guys got to jump in.
Bob, why are we here?
We're here to
Bob,
stop.
why?
We're here to learn.
And we need to get off this ship. Connor, tell you, Cursewood, if you want to get that Paragon's attention, help me and Bob activate that portal, and you can stay here with your Paragon
Turns.
and
Absolutely.
and learn everything. You can stay here, so long as you can help me and Bob and everyone else get off this ship.
You see, he's speechless with, oh my god, yes.
Right, come on, let's go.
Paragon.
Ben?
Some paragon. Amanto, are you even aware of the lengths of your failures? The world below you is falling apart, ripping itself to shreds, and you sit here on a throne as if a demigod doing nothing. Sleeping.
As first time this being clicks his staff against the ground, as you see arcs of energy throughout the ship, and in his Theurgic face, metallic, kind of squinches up. They betrayed me. I would have saved Craster. Who do you think? As he kind of paces back and forth, monologuing, as Connor and Cursewood run back behind him towards the view screens. Who do you think created or aided? He doesn't say aided. Who do you think created the world machines? It was I! Dang! Sparks. They betrayed me, as he points at you, a little bit menacingly, Clem, with his staff. Arcs of energy ripping around. You can feel the heat, on the sides of your face. All of you can. They betrayed me. You smell the flesh of these things, dead, long dead, burning in the arcs of energy.
You stand on your actions of the past, and you dwell on this betrayal millennia ago, and you forget your purpose and what you were doing here. It's very dinner of you.
Dinner. How dare you, my Roshi scum. As he starts up the stairs, ding, 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 likening me to you as he attempts to bisect you with his claw. This will be a round. All right. Clem, speak Corpus, unless you're going first.
I'm gonna take charge.
Oh,
And
what are you doing?
as he goes back to swing, I'm going to bid a trait called Ruthless.
Okay.
And pull my sword out and go for the arm from right behind him and just swing and try to cut it off.
Okay, yeah. Roll Corpus. This is very difficult
Sure.
to do. You're looking at 9 successes.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible, but I'm going to use sword and board to get me started.
You have the trait to, even if you fail, you have the degrees of success.
Yeah.
As in degrees of failure. So even though if you fail, you still get it a little bit, some control of the fiction.
I don't think I can possibly succeed unless I rolled perfect.
Are you guys cool going 15 minutes over?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the last game of the last section. I'm
shit.
write it out.
Cool. Awesome.
All right, well, I just rolled. Look at this. I just rolled 2 10s and a 5. So
I believe you.
I got
Keep
a good
going.
Start.
That's 5 plus your goodness.
So that's 7 so far, but I got 2 more.
Get 2 more.
That is 2 more. I got 2 more.
9 successes. You doing any obsession, any bond, anything like that?
I'm gonna do my obsession with Klim, or my bond with Klim.
Okay.
Is that an extra dice?
Yeah, extra die.
So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9 so far, but I'm gonna do my extra dice just because this seems like a big bet. That's an additional, so that's 10.
I love it. So I've been playing around with the idea of what could crits do. I know a lot of games do crit success, crit fail. I specifically left it out in this game, but I do like the idea of if you get a certain number over, you gain something. And instead of narrative control, because most of the game is about narrative control, I'm going to say that if you beat it by 2, then you just get an XP.
Yeah.
And that's another way to gain XP other than just taking the XP action.
If I use this, if I do it stealthily and my obsession with stealth to get an additional success?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can absolutely do that. You can get 13. It's fine. You blow it up on every dice. He's still gonna know that you cut his arm off.
Yeah, I'm sure he will.
And he'll know you did it. He'll know you did it.
I know.
Yeah,
that's what I do.
So you'll get an XP. You'll get an XP for beating it by more than 2. As Klim.
Well, it's just 1. So it's stealth. It just says +1. So that is.
I know, but you beat the threshold by more than 2.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because you got how many successes?
I got 11.
Yeah, you beat it by 2. As he comes down with this, literally, it's a power claw to rend you in twain. The runes on the power claw. Connor, make a men's roll really quick. Two successes as you realize the same runes or rune structure is on your blade. As this claw rips through metal like it's butter, coming down. And Klim, right before the moment where you're, moving out of the way or attempting to, the claw flies that way. As his arm follows, the dragon looks at his nub with the expression of, "What the fuck?" As his arm flies off. All right, other actions from you all. You are currently at 8. You're at the top of Murphy's Law, by the way.
I didn't see you there.
So Clem, I probably have to take charge to do this because all right. I'm going to kick him down the stairs, or at least attempt to. Do I have to take charge to do that, or can I do that as part of the role play?
You can kick him, but to kick him down the stairs, you have to take charge.
Okay. I'm going to take charge then.
Do it.
And can I use Imperious since I just gained it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll use Imperious and my obsession with death because she hasn't taken me yet. I totally expected that just a half second ago. Can I use my skill Impact Daddy?
If you're hitting him with something that impacts.
Okay, then I will switch to my hammer. Okay.
Use your foot. You do give the old
use
crow
it back.
kick.
All right.
This is Sparta kick.
Okay, I think that's all I can use.
All right. So Corpus, the threshold is 8 to actually move him and knock him down the stairs. You'll kick him. It's just to do what you want. It's going to be that.
Okay. So I'm going to say first, not very much of a paragon or demigod to succumb to rage and hubris at the same time. Get off my podium. Now I'll stomp him.
Ooh.
2, 3, 4, plus 3, 7.
All right, you are 1 short right now. Got
Can
any
I add my
reason
bond?
for huh? Yeah.
Can I add
for
my
who?
bond with Connor to try to keep him alive?
I dig it.
Okay. Come on, Connor Bond.
Because this guy's going to kill all of you.
I got a 7. That's 2 more successes, right?
It's 1 more success.
Or 1 more.
4 to 7 and 8 up. Yep.
8.
So you get 8. So you hit him. Ooh! All right. This is foot damage. So it's a light weapon. So +2. So you deal 2 damage, but your goal is to push him down the stairs. Biff. Speaking of, he did take a little bit of damage, Bob, but because your role was just to literally disarm him, it doesn't deal all the damage. Okay.
Yeah, I
As
disarmed
you
him.
boot this guy, his arm gone, he's off balance, Clem, as you take the moment and describe what you do.
I'm going to use my ability smashing stuff. And when I kick him and I see he's just kind of off balance a little bit, I'm going to push forward with my foot instead of just the one impact. Give him another little shove in the direction that he's off balance with that arm flailing. He goes over as if to catch himself with his little stump, and he falls back down on the podium.
Boom, clang, boom, clang, clang. It is an unceremonious falling. As he rolls past you, Bob, you jump over him. Kirstwood is running in front of Connor as Kirstwood turns, and you see Connor on his face, just dismay at what they are doing to this paragon. Connor, action's on you.
Okay, right, that's changed my plan entirely.
Going last does that.
No, well, no, even
You
if
guys
it's gone first, I think it would have made any difference.
You guys are
Right.
at perilous, by the way. So you're at 4.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with my original plan, which is reduce the curse. Sit back.
Wouldn't be a bad move, because that would drop you down immediately to Murphy's Law. But you can go. You can take charge, though.
No,
If you
I'll stick with my original plan and reduce the curse. And just, if I'm allowed to, I'll stay to
Yeah, of course you can.
Cursewood. The only scenario where we all get what we want, including the Paragon, is if we can get that portal. The sooner we leave, the sooner that Paragon and you can be together.
As you say that, you see Kirstwood is not entirely convinced as to your intentions, but he agrees with your logic, as you are correct.
Yep. Yeah.
As he says, "Fine, I can't believe you're so ignorant," as he runs forward.
I thought that out of character, I sincerely want the Paragon to live. Because
I don't care about out of character.
Yeah, no,
No one cares.
but for him, it's to
Oh,
get
I
close
see.
to him. Yeah, so I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
lying.
yeah. I get it.
My ulterior motive is if that Paragon dies,
Yeah.
we don't fulfill what Gelgol was wanting us to do.
Right. As you're running forward, you get to the view screen, and Kirstwood starts opening up these drawers and diodes. He's like, I have a little bit of a feel for it. you might want to step back as arcs of energy are going off.
Yep. You just tell me what you want me to do, Kirstwood.
Go over there, and he starts telling you stuff like pull that out and switch this gem with that one, and eat it. As you see the red and the blue and the green lights off to the corner near you, as what you're doing is turning on the ancillary Fanto. You see that Kirstwood said, we need him to turn it on. I think he controls everything.
Sure. Okay.
Amanto falls. He picks himself up. Tink. You see his acolytes starting to rise. Let's resolve the curse. So we had Clem last. Whew. We're on Bob. Bob resolved the curse. We're at Murphy's Law.
I was gonna say it's funny that he's doing that. I think that the porthole should just come back on, and that some baddies start appearing in the beam over.
That is Murphy's Law.
They've kind of figured it out, and
yeah, I'll take that. And technically, it needs to make sense in the fiction. The problem is in the ship, but I'll give you this. That can happen if that's what you want, and I can make it make sense.
My second idea is that these guys are starting to, his cohorts, his Borg, Buteau,
let's hurry because we don't have a lot of time.
Are starting to come back to life. So either or. I mean, you can pick.
So it's on you. You got to.
But I my original idea was that, and I said this a while back.
As in fact, right, but that doesn't matter now. Matters.
Sure.
As you resolve it now, somehow that portal comes back on. Likely, Fanto, while he could not appear, was working behind the scenes, subroutines and such. As you hear, all of you, the girls, we did it! As they think that they turned it back on. Ichabod's like, oh, I don't know. As people start going through, and because it's Murphy's Law, you son of a bitch, some of these guys go through down to the surface too. Some little trade going on there. All right.
Oh, I was thinking that the bad guys were going to come up here.
Yeah, bad guys come up and bad guys go down.
Yeah. Okay.
I know exactly what you're thinking, dog. I know exactly where you are. Yeah, you're getting invaded. All right. So, Amanto stands up, raises his nub, grimaces, raises his staff instead, as you see those arcs of energy descend like a Tesla coil down upon all of you. This will be Corpus. Corpus rolls to resist getting electrocuted. The threshold for this, you are at Murphy's Law, so that's some negative, some positive. Connor, you and Kirstwood are near the view screen, which means he doesn't want to destroy it. So it's actually a little bit easier for you guys. Bob, you're right in the middle of it. And Clem, you are literally on the throne. Although you guys can vie for various reasons why you could get successes. All right, so the threshold for this is very difficult. It is a 7. Get to thinking on what you can do to lower that threshold.
I'm ready.
Well, talk amongst yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, figure it out. Do it in character.
Oh. Gotcha.
Well, being separate from them, I rolled 0 successes, and all I can hope for is
We figured
we're
it
trying
out.
to work for his advantage.
Yeah.
Think about it. Think about it.
The only thing I can think of is using my skill mentoring, because I'm trying to tell this guy he's fucking up.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think that's really good. I like the way your brain is going on that, and I think you should stick to that. And I am going to use my leatherworking skill to try to absorb as much of it as possible, because that's what I do.
Well, leatherworking will not. You won't absorb it. You don't have to use that at all.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, I got that little hand, you know.
You're gonna try
device,
to use that like a lightning rod or something?
Yeah, I was gonna try and suck some power into it. Maybe, I don't know.
Sure. Yeah,
Would that make
that'd
it
work.
worse?
Depends.
Because you'd be a lightning rod, and all the electricity would go straight through you, so you would be concentrating all the energy through your body.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time I've done this.
Nintendo Power Glove that up.
I mean, I am covered in armor. I don't know if you know
Power's
this.
mine.
I feel like that's kind of the goal. That's kind of like the point of my character is to absorb as much shit as possible. Anyway.
All right. What do you guys roll? What'd you say, kid?
We're gonna have fried lizard.
Fried lizard. All right, you guys go ahead and roll. He just knows he can make it with his dumb corpus of like 35 dice. He's a big fucking cheater. Go on.
All right, so I rolled for Clem. I got 2 successes on the dice. I would like to use my skill mentoring to get 2 more successes, because I'm trying to tell this guy how he's been fucking up. Plus my obsession will give me 5. My obsession with death, because I'm standing up to it. Maybe this is the guy that'll take me out. So that's 5.
Now, why would I lower the threshold? Tell me, in the fiction, since you're taking this. Threshold is 7. And are you doing a trait as well?
I didn't choose one, but I can.
So if you do a trait, if you bid a trait, then you can change the fiction a little bit. Even if you don't bid a trait, you can say, okay, well, for example, I'm wearing like an insulated suit. Can it be a lower threshold? That kind of stuff.
Could the throne act as some sort of Tesla cage? So all the electricity just spans
I'd say
around
so.
it, because I don't think you being on the throne would be the most protected place in this room.
So Clem?
Maybe I was thinking a little different route.
Yeah, like what?
How Clem is standing there, chest out, brutal gaze right into the guy's eyes. Just in any effect like that, Clem is kind of outside of reality a slight bit.
I love it. All right, so you'll get an extra die. In a weird way, you have like a bond with Amanto, because you get the helm on, and you're literally kind of trying to take control. So you get an extra die for that. So go ahead and roll it.
5, 1 success.
So you're failing with 6 successes, but degrees of success. All right, you get shocked. It's not nearly as bad. Also, so that you guys know the mechanics, remember that, let's say that's like a medium weapon deals like 4 damage. The lower you roll, the more damage it deals. So if the threshold's 5 and you get 5, then you bypass it. If you get 4, you actually take 5 damage. 4 plus 1. If you get 0 successes, you take 4 damage plus all the successes you didn't make. Right? So the more successes you have, the better off you are. Connor, what'd you get?
0.
All right. Bob.
Well, I was just trying to do this thing where I absorb some of this electricity, like a little extra.
But you're gonna take a lot of it. What'd you roll?
I rolled
Mr.
5.
Nintendo Power Glove.
But I got my Nintendo Power Glove, so I used Sword and Board to get 7. And then
Yeah, I don't think that makes sense.
yeah, but you're doing the glove. That's the yeah, that's the board. That's the board.
That's not Sword and Board. That's not Sword and Board.
It's not. What about the leatherworking that I spent? I spent like a whole episode just doing leatherwork to get me a little insulated from my armor.
You get shocked.
Yeah, I'm sure I get shocked.
You literally you described it. You're like, I stick my hand up.
Yeah, but
the lightning rod.
I do all of this because of my bond with Clem. So I feel like I should get one more dice.
No. Definitely no. Did you already use your dice for your
No,
bond?
I used my bond with Clem, before. Is that a trait that goes away?
No. You can use your bond, of course.
Oh. Okay. Well, I'll do that. And that is 2 successes.
Just you're gonna get the shit shocked out of you. What? You're a goddamn lightning rod.
In this
Wouldn't
scenario,
be the first time.
Yes, Connor.
Just suggestion for rules. With the bond, is it possible to say, right, I'm going to use my bond to not increase my successes, but to increase Clem's success?
Yeah, could I use my bond to? Could I give Clem 2 successes?
So in other words, Clem takes less damage,
and I'll take more.
The character who's right, and he takes more. I'm just thinking, as for a mechanic in the game.
Yeah.
In this sort of scenario, that's how bond could be used, so that
it's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. It messes with the idea of the mechanic of aid, as in like how do you aid someone? And presently in the rules, there's no way to aid someone mechanically. Instead, it's on the players to figure out that. Like there's no mechanic, there's no aid mechanic, right? Yeah. So I can't give you dice, I can't give you successes. It complicates the rules. Okay. Instead, I like it to be freeform and say, okay, I'm going to do this and this and this in the fiction, and therefore the threshold is lowered, or therefore someone is better off. Here's where I put my foot down, though. Bob, you have stuck your hand into the air, a Nintendo Power Glove, as a lightning rod in a lightning storm. It does not insulate you. You knew this going in, that you were going to draw the energy to you, so you don't get out of it, because then it's
great.
You get out of it, right?
Yeah.
You did the thing.
I know.
Okay. So.
But do I still have that bond because I used myself as a lightning rod to protect
Of course you do.
Clem, but it might raise the threshold. I get it.
You mean lower the threshold?
Or raise the threshold for me. Because I'm trying I'm trying to get more damage done to myself.
What bourbon are we drinking? I know. I listen. I know what's going on. Right. So this is medium damage. So it's 4.
Yeah.
Clem, you take 5 damage. So it's 4 plus 1, as staring at Amanto imperiously, but you get shocked to shit. You still hold your back is straight, your chest is out, as you're taking this damage, much better than Luke Skywalker did. Just like as it's running through your body. You note the dragon, I should say, your Buteau dragon, raise his Nintendo Power Glove, drawing most of the energy. This is gonna be heavy damage for you. So how many successes did you get, Bob?
I got 7, but I wanted to. Can I use a trait to help?
I thought you've already. No.
Oh,
Well, you
I
can
didn't
use the trait to change the fiction.
Yeah,
You can
no, I'm
sh-
going to
you
use the
can better
I'm going to use the
change the
trait with the fiction. I want you to give it to me, and then I want to use the trait. Can I do that?
If I had a nickel, do it. You gotta drop it. So bid your trait and go.
Oh, and chocolate like voice is the trait.
Okay.
No, that's what I want to. I just want to say something after I get zapped.
Oh, I see. As this energy goes down into your glove,
Yeah.
because you made the threshold, you don't take any damage. Them's the rules. However, your glove does. It erupts into fire, fusing to your arm. The glove no longer has any Theurgic qualities. And you have like a claw, right? You can kind of move a little bit. You've lost dexterity and such. As it is fused to your skin.
No, asshole.
But indeed, but you don't take any damage. You motherfucker. All right. As Connor, insulated somewhat because, Amanto does not want to wreck you. However, so it'll be light damage instead of medium. You got no successes. 7. Whew. So 5. So 7 damage on you is how much you take.
Okay. Now, have we had a chance to heal any moments, like by resting?
The moments are all sit back.
They're all what?
So you only get moments back when you sit back. Your wounds come back through resting, like in the game, but moments, just like traits, you only get when you sit back.
Okay, so with my armor, I have 4 moments left.
Okay.
So then I take 3 wounds.
Correct.
I take 3 wounds. So
yep, as it rips through you, like blood and fire, and part of your hair burns off. Cursed wood. Kip, will you roll me a d6, please? Connor, will you roll me a d6? And Clem, will you roll me a d6? As cursed wood is rather tough.
4.
5.
So 1 success? 2 successes?
Yep.
Okay.
I left my dice somewhere. Where did I leave them? Yeah. Oh, there. Yep. What am I rolling?
D6. You're looking for a 4, 5, or 6.
Yeah. Just to find the right dice. Okay, there it is. We got 5.
All right. So 3 successes. All right. So he will take from 7. He takes 2, 4 damage. As you see Cursed Wood, like right next to you, guys like hold hands like Bonnie and Clyde, or Thelma and Louise. Poor Cursed Wood. He just gets a bad rap this whole game. Connor hating on him. Wob, 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 wob. Amanto shocking the shit out of everybody. As the lightning stops, there's the smell of ammonia in the air. He's not paying attention to anyone else in the room but Clem, even despite his arm being gone. What say you now, would-be usurper? You can die here, he points at you with his staff. Or you can aid me in reclaiming the world. What do you think I was doing? Powering the world machines.
By reclaiming, do you mean fixing?
Of course I mean fixing. The world, as he sort of, again, monologues, you guys have moments to do stuff. The world was falling into ruin with weaker blood. He kind of like looks around. lost knowledge. The mystics of 12 and 7, you see him point to the people that are dead. They sent their assassins. Look what became of them. Yes, they stopped my grand plan. And what has happened because of it? What has happened? He actually will now, for the first time, look at you all, including you, Bob, as he takes like a moment and looks at your Nintendo Power Glove. What has happened because of it? Now you come crawling back, looking for answers. Well, I will give them to you. I will give them to you. Work with me. He gestures with the fist, but he doesn't have it. Someone who's like missing an arm is like, fuck you, man.
Yeah, right.
But they're like this. Fuck. Sorry. I'm an asshole.
Yeah.
That's what he says.
Yeah. Yeah. The progeny will not be ignored. We must fix our home.
Progeny. Your inheritance. He just sort of shakes his head. You could be so much more. I have found a way to fix the inherent weakness within you. There is salvation, even for you. As he motions towards the weird wall, which starts opening, of course. And you see a laboratory. All sorts of manners of alchemy and such, as well as tables with all kinds of experiments and lots of the different races and them being experimented on, all sorts of stuff. It's all old. I've perfected a way to perfect your flesh, the blood within you. Okay, the hologram's starting to appear. Whoop, 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 whoop. Actions on all of you.
If you could do this for my whole people and not just for myself, and if you promise to fix our broken world, I will assist you.
Are you lying?
He's got to do that because of me.
I think his intent is true, but he's not going to be trustworthy at all, or not trusting at all. You know, so as long as that guy keeps his word, if he makes that word and keeps it, then
you actually mean this. Okay, as you actually mean this, what you're saying, Connor, Bob, the rest of them, you look up Clem with standing imperious, chest out, crown in his head. He means what he's saying. As Amanto stopped for a second. Yes. Finally. I'm going to use this pencil. I'm not going to use this pencil. Someone who sees. As you see him raise his staff, like the Force, you feel this magnetism as his arm from the ground, as he shunk, and his arm starts building itself back on. Hey, what are you all doing? Because I'm going to keep on doing shit with the bad guys.
Why did they come? And then, pardon me for 1 second. Why did they come?
The mystics of 12 and 7 betrayed who they were. You see Connor, you see Cursewood kind of picking himself up, vomiting blood, as he says,
Cursewood
whispers to you. Hold on.
Yeah.
As he whispers to Connor, mystics of 12 and 7, spitting. He's whispering it to you, Connor. These are the great alchemists he's talking about.
Yeah. He's wanting to
Go on.
turn everyone. He's wanting to
Cursed
turn
wood.
everyone into.
Betrayed the mystics of 12 and 7. You hurt one of your own.
What were you saying, Connor?
I'm whispering back to Cursewood. Yeah, he's wanting to turn everyone on the planet, or everyone in Craster, into those metallic, undead creatures.
Well, it's like what the arcade used to do back in the age of Calgary.
Also, I took 3 wounds. Do I not need to make a slump roll?
I'm sorry?
I took 3 wounds from the zap.
At the bottom of a round, you do.
Right. Okay. No, that's fine.
We haven't gone in a round yet.
Yep.
So you're
Yep.
kind of safe until I tell you otherwise.
Yep. Cursewood, do you want to become one of those?
You see him looking down, and
Metallic
for the first
undead.
time, starting to wonder. Bob, as you say what you do, who are you saying it to, Bob?
Oh, I said it to Amanto. I said it out loud.
Oh, Monty.
We come with the cursed wood who betrayed the 12 and 7.
Amanto slowly turns his arm, refitting. Really? Him, as you see Cursewood pulled away from you, Connor. Boom, 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 boom. And he's like floating in front of Amanto. This one, turning to you, Bob.
Yeah, that
He-
one. I don't know what he
As
did,
his-
but they
His
said
hand starts to...
they said that we needed to take you to him because of what he did.
You betrayed the mystics of 12 and 7. I'm not going to roleplay with myself. Cursewood sort of babbles a little bit that he did, and what he'll say is the mystics, he tells you all, the mystics of 12 and 7 are false prophets. They hold magics that you could not believe. Secret that could help people. The dragon fruit, the chow mi, the recipes of life wine. He looks over at Connor. They are a wayward people. And you see Amanto nod and let him go. Amanto starts towards the room, the laboratory. Okay, actions on all of you. What are you doing?
Do we have the portal up? Is it working?
As the hologram appears, Fonto. Amanto does not seem to notice yet that, because his back is turned, that Fonto has appeared. As Fonto sort of seeing the dragon, kind of steps back and has a mode of emotion. He glitches to you, Connor. What has happened while I was away?
Amonto's has been stirred. Our friend Klim is now wearing the crown, and
CMC, Clem.
Amonto seems to be offering Klim the option of becoming one of those fellow android cyborg creatures.
Okay. We're in a round. You all get to choose what you're going to do. The action is Amanto is moving towards the laboratory. The cronies of his are starting to wake. And actually, not yet, but next moment, they will be functional. Think of like a minute or two. He's moving to the laboratory, showing Clem and whomever else, Cursed Wood, what he's doing. And he's about to make a speech. You have the opportunity to get to the portal if you need. You have the opportunity to attack, to talk, etc. So, actions. Go.
I want to take charge. I'm going to
Okay.
head over to Klim. Hopefully without, I'll use the trait sneaky, whatever. I just want to speak to him without Armando or Mantor noticing that I'm there. Say to him, Klim, this thing is going to turn out every living creature into one of those undead monsters. That's why there was civil war on this ship. Klim, do you want this or not? He's not going to fix Craster. He's going to reshape it, and we won't even have free will. And I'll wait for Klim to answer, because I'll offer him the blade, which might be able to cut through Amanto's neck and chop his head off or something like that.
Glenn?
Yeah, that's a difficult decision. I was going somewhere completely else with that. I'll keep that in mind, and I'll take the blade and slide it into my belt.
Yep.
And then I'm going to continue following Amanto into the room.
As you go in, what action do you take? Or do you want to wait on his monologue?
I'll sit back.
Okay.
So I guess just wait on his monologue.
Yep. So go ahead and roll your Animus. And Bob, as you see all this kind of happening, you don't really see Connor doing what he's doing because he's doing sneaky, but maybe a lot else is going on.
I'm kind of like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah. And I'm just going to sit back and I'm kind of, backing away to the teleporter.
Yeah. As you sort of back away, teleporter. Connor, are you moving that direction? You staying on the throne?
Looking towards Olo. Has Hairmen arrived yet?
No, they're... Well, you don't actually know because that was off screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know out of character. I do know.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if they've arrived. If they haven't, that's
No
fine.
idea.
I've said Olo. I think we need to get out of here, but I can't leave Klim behind.
Well, he may be too far gone lost, but I'll stay with you, little man. And she's like walking up by your side. As the dragon sort of sneaks back towards the teleporter.
Brave Sabuto.
Amanto begins to talk. As he's using his weird Theurgic telekinesis, if you will, to turn on certain things. You see someone from a operating table wake up and so arise, my perfected being. He looks like a Doina who has got like Borg shit in him. So as he comes out, you see, I have perfected the imperfections inherent in your blood. As he moves, I've been working. She shows this whole wall of runes on perfecting Malphasia. He turns, blood magic. We will, as he turns, his arm is now completely reconstituted. We will retake the lost cities. Revitalize, as you see like a map of Craster and all these diodes, as he's referencing them. Retake the world machines. Perfect them. Repair them, and make this world into what it should have been. I see, as you see like population maps appear, I see there may be resistance. He kind of turns, no matter. And a big like crosshairs goes over Westmark. We have a plan for that as well. The Eye of God, it was called back long ago, as he moves past. We will be great once again, you and I. and all those who were perfect. As the hologram, Phanto, is sitting there like, and there's a moment, Connor, Bob, you're already back. Like, you're back in the hallway, like, sashaying down the way. You notice that all the beings are gone. They've all gone through the teleportation. There's a few newly dead bodies hanging out, murdered, just cut in half. All those motherfuckers are down there. The girls are hiding in the corner as they're like, they came out of nowhere, they cut them in half and then went down 10, 20 of them perhaps. As Phanto's looking at you guys, and he's saying, you have choice. You can go through the teleporter now, or you can stay. I don't know how long I can keep it open. If Amanto, well, you're not there, unless you're metagaming.
Oh, I thought I'd made my way.
No, he's talking to Connor.
Okay.
He's talking to Connor. They can be in two places. Fucking hologram.
No,
there's two of them, motherfucker.
Yeah, no, I'm not in two places. Go ahead, do it.
No. Phanto is. He's fucking hologram. He tells you can either go into the teleporter, or you can stay here. But the moment that Amanto sees him, he's gonna gain control. What you do?
Fonto, can you distract this so that we've got a chance to take him down once and for all? Or is there anything I can do to distract him so Clem can do something?
Fonto looks over at Clem. He's already literally distracting him. I can do what I can. Ichabod comes up. I found my lyre.
Nice.
I found my lyre. I can play it.
Fonto, is there like a heartbeat in this ship that I can go to?
Fonto.
I want to end the ship. Is there a center? Is there a nexus?
The engine?
Yeah. Take me there.
As he... Clem?
Clem had to take some deep thoughts, but I think what Clem's going to do, I think he's going to turn back toward Connor, and a single tear is going to run out of his eye, and he's going to say, I'm sorry, my friend. And he'll turn to Amanto, remove the crown from his head, hand it back, and say, hey, you can call me your general.
Awesome. As... Dun, 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 dun. The ship comes to life. Connor, you're standing there. The music's playing. Olo's like, oh, fuck. Bob, Phanto is taking you to the engine, which is whirring, and there's already a big cut in it. As he says, this will stop the ship and make it adrift.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is...
destroy it...
I don't know. I pull out that slingshot, and I'm like, well, up yours. And I start, like, letting these little slingshots go,
so
and I'm going to run.
Charge?
Yeah, I'm going to take charge.
So last round. What are your guys' actions?
Seeing Clem go to the dark side, I am legging it. I'm thinking exactly the same thing as Bob, but I'm going to get the right.
You'll get a trait called legging it.
I am going to get the rifle.
Oh, you got to go all the way back to get the rifle.
Yep, get the rifle, get all the bullets, all the arcane bullets, and I'm going to go to the engine, and I am going to shoot the shit out of it.
All right, so you start legging it. This is a take charge, so go ahead.
Yeah,
as you...
I shall activate leg it.
Yep, you start legging it. All right. What are you doing there, Bob?
I pull back on the slingshot, and I just like whatever's shiny, I just shoot at it.
So this is a take charge too. What trait do you got?
Well, and I say in a chalk-like voice, because I guess we didn't use that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm no slave to whatever it is this sorcery nonsense is. And I just let him go.
As Connor, you're running back, you see back there Fonto flipping around, and Bob just dealing damage to this this engine. As you run through, Connor, you see the newly fresh dead bodies. The girls are like, "What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing?" As you grab the rifle, what are you doing?
Stay here.
I can't hear you. Staying here.
In about 2 minutes, the ship's going to crash, or going to start to descend, then leave.
What's a fucking ship? As you start running away. 2 minutes, what's a minute? As you run away. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. As they're like trying to figure that shit out. Meanwhile, Clem, what are you doing?
I'm going to intently study my new surroundings and try to.
As you're looking around, you hear damage occurring at the back of the ship. As Amanto turns, take care of them.
All right. Yeah, I'll go do it.
All right.
I'd rather not role play it out, but
hoist your hammer. You run back that way, and this is where we were at. 13 ticks. You're at the 9th layer of Hades. Even the implausible bad happens. NPCs turns out to be a foe. They've got that one Batman gadget. Perhaps your own PC turns into the bad guy. All right.
I think that's about right. I think that's the curse.
So,
is that Clem decides that we're not.
So this is how we're going to resolve this, which may be some bullshit, but I kind of like the idea. But this is how we're going to do it. We're going to do a fate roll. Who is fortune? Who is false fortune?
I'm out of this.
Well, I think Clem definitely needs to roll for the false
Clem is false fortune, so D100. And who is fortune?
Kip.
Kip, you want to roll a D100? So, here are the stakes. In the event, it's fortune. You all are able to destroy the engine. As to whether or not you get out, that's up in the air. False fortune. Before you can get that engine down, Clem arrives and he starts engaging you, and you're unable, because Clem is there and the rest of those guys, the android guys, to actually destroy the engine. And you're overwhelmed. False fortune is you're overwhelmed. Okay. So, throw down.
68.
75.
Ooh, 75 fortune.
That's nice. That's good.
Just to be a big old lengthy dick. Hey Connor, make that wound roll. Resist slump. Threshold is 3.
Okay. Can I use my bond with?
You can use anything you want. You can use your bond with Clem.
I swapped it over with Bob.
I see.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Also piety, because I'm doing the right thing.
Yep.
Let's try and sacrifice myself. So that's 1 success, an extra die. So that's 1 success. I got 2 successes.
As
So that
you're fighting with Clem, and you're shooting the engine. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, because what I was thinking is, I ran probably the longest distance, and Clem would have moved past me to take on Bob. But
Sure.
by the time I've arrived, I'll have been behind Clem. and we could have shot him in the back. But then
You could
if I slump
attempt.
before I take the shot.
You could attempt, but I love that idea. You pull up your deal, but your wounds start taking you. As you start going down, you can take one action during slump, but then you die if you want. Or
Sure.
you can attempt to crawl your way to the teleportation.
Yeah. No. I'll try and kill Clem and then die.
Okay.
Oh.
Make your roll. Clem, this would be a corpus or a men's to avoid
Can
getting
I
shot in
use
the face.
Oh no, in the back of the head.
Yeah, back
I'm
in the head.
behind him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he might not know I'm there.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you since Fortune 1, I'm gonna, and because you are so sneaky, you're gonna get a +2 successes on this. It's gonna be pretty hard. So you want a lot of successes. Clem,
So I've got-
some good old PvP action. Resist versus whatever threshold he sets.
I get 0 successes.
Oh no.
I got.
You surely have a skill. All right. You got a skill, got a bod.
My obsession with death, maybe.
Yeah, we
I
give you
can get
+1.
That's about it.
All right, so 7 that gives you 6. This is a heavy weapon, I believe.
Yeah,
Deals,
it's a spell bullet
+6.
spice.
and it deals. It's not an explosive. Give me 1 second, y'all. Book isn't that big, but for some reason. So heavy deals +6. Firearms deal double. So it is +12. And you get 6 on top. It's 18 damage to the fucking dome. How you doing there, Clem?
I'm pretty sure I'm dead. That'll give me 15 wounds.
All right. Make your corpus roll, which you cannot make. Although you can make the slump because you technically go into slump.
Yeah.
If there's any successes left over, can the bullet go through his head into the engine?
You know, I do think that's pretty cool. However, Clem, you are just slumped because you failed that roll. As half your head explodes, going down. What do you do as your last action, Clem?
I'm going to pray for Lady Death.
Fuck yeah. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, Kip, roll me a D100. Tell me if it is a 1 or 100. And perhaps the cowl herself comes to take Clem. Meanwhile, Bob, you see that last bullet and your slingshot explode the engine. What are you and Connor doing?
Oh,
Connor went down. Sorry, Connor was like, ugh, goes down. Blood erupts from his face. Oh, was like, no! She grabs his body and starts running towards the teleporting.
I look back at Clem, and because I'm not sure what exactly transpired behind me, I grab Clem and I run to the teleporter.
I love it. What'd you get, Kip?
62.
As you run into the teleporter, whoop, 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 the girls follow. Whoop. Outside cutscene. The ship. The Eye of God. This weapon. Whoop, 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 whoop. Ion blast. Shooting down, burning a hole into something in Craster as an engine explodes. The ship starts breaking up, exploding, descending into the orbit. The ion blast has created a wound between the Rainy Wilds and the Mirri Expanse. If you look in the Dreadlore book, you will see this. The wound is this deep trench has been caused as it descends and wrecks a place called Yoreen.
Oh no!
It's all the ancient lore, and you guys just wrote the reason that Yoreen is the way it is. As you appear in the Sut Desert, surrounded by Olo's people who have just managed because you had fortune in the fate to not be destroyed by these alchemical androids. A few of them got away, and they're off in the distance. They'll get away for antagonists at a later date. But you've destroyed some of them. You've brought back a few riches. You see that Connor is dead, his last dying breath. Clem, his head gone. He's done. All the girls are there. Olo's there, covered in blood. You're all covered in blood and shit and sweat, as you're now a part of her guild. Bob, you and Oliver and the girls. And we'll see what the adventure brings after this. As you see up ahead, or out in the sky, the ruin, as you have in fact saved the world. Everybody gets an XP for your next character.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
Lead.
Closing thoughts.
It's dinner time.
I was kind of hoping for the story to wrap up with, as Clem taking charge of the army of the dead, and taking back his homeland first, and then taking over everything else. I think that's definitely what Clem would have done.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's good character progression. Really good. Really good.
Yeah, good job. I was sad. I had after all of this was said and done, I made a ceremony, like we built up a monument to Clem that had an eternal fire, like an arcane eternal fire, where a monk would go to and like sit and chant to one day, maybe get enlightenment or be reincarnated. I mean, who really knows? Like,
does Connor get anything like that? Since Connor saves Craster, and the guy who wanted to plunge the world into undead machinery gets a monument. I was shocked. I mean, what the?
I mean, Connor is Connor. I mean, whatever.
How does that
just this
work?
guy. Yeah, it's just this guy. He was along for the ride. All dinner looked the same. It's like dinner, They
And heroes don't do it for the reputation. They don't do it for the notoriety. They do it
But the villains do. But the villains do because they get money.
Exactly.
Oh, you missed it.
Brilliant. Right, you muted.
All right.
What did I miss?
Oh, just
have
the
to watch
end.
it.
You'll have to watch it.
You'll have to watch it.
Yeah. I gotta go.
Yeah, you'll have to watch the end.
So everybody in the whole entire world, super duper thanks for watching part 5 of this Geeky Gamer podcast. We have been doing an indie live RPG live play. We need money, so give us some at the Geeky Gamer podcast Patreon. If you have music, send us some music. If you have art, do that too. All lowercase Mr. Interrupt. They helped us with some music. Couchfire Media helped us with some art. Tori Blade Productions did everything else. Literally, just all the other shit. Geeky Gamer Podcast live play. Till next
Monday.
time. We are out. I have to go. I am burning up. So talk amongst yourselves, and I'll see you next time.